Okie dokie. Oops, F1 manager. Hey, Haxo. How you doing? Very loud this first bit. Apologies. But it is a cool intro, so. And then we get the sound one, so. What is true? Always makes me laugh seeing that intro, because all of the other drivers have a really kind of stern, serious, focused look on their face, and then the first shot they cut to when it eventually gets to Max right at the end is that he's just grinning, which I guess is probably done on purpose, but it's quite funny. Loud noise indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the in-game stuff down. In fact, we need to replace licensed music, and then let's drop this to 65-ish. Okay. That should hopefully help a bit. Awesome. How did you do a second race, Haxo? Or did you just do the first one? I feel like I don't know if it's the orange coming off from McLaren, but both Daniel and Lando look very tan next to the car. I don't know if that's just the character skin. I mean, Daniel doesn't actually look as. Daniel looks a bit more balanced there, but when it cuts to Lando in a second. Oh no, see that one's alright. Was it one in a minute? We'll see if it goes around again. Yeah, I think it's after this one, because I always notice that it's got very much Daniel's Texan moustache. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I think it's just the orange bouncing off. He looks very tan all of a sudden. Hey, Scottish Born, how you doing? Right, we will continue.
Congratulations on completing the first race weekend of the season. The team's outcome will have had an effect on board confidence levels. You can see their response in more detail in the board menu. But there's plenty of time for that to change over the season.
Just the first one. Oh, cool. Yeah, so literally all I've done is just do the first race to get some of the initial kind of admin out of the way and do a little kind of quick sense check of where everything is. But it's still very much using the tutorial setup. We're going to aim not to skip anything that we can optionally not skip, as BR's prompted in Discord, and from what we were looking at, or what I was looking at earlier, just gives us the most flexibility, and fortunately it's very much in line with what I remember from Motorsport Manager, although it's been a while since I played that, so we'll hopefully get onto the second race and get some more bits and pieces done. And I have got some hey BR, how you doing? I have got some new designs in play already, to see how that turns out, because that always seemed to help at the beginning of the season in Motorsport Manager to try and get a couple of new parts designed for early on. And see what impact they had. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, going to play through the second race, and we might even get onto the third. We'll see how we do for time with McLaren. We're going to do a couple of playthroughs, sessions with McLaren. I'll probably play the McLaren playthrough in between some streams, but just to get to general grips of it. And then my ideal is that I'll do some streams where we play as Aston Martin, and at the first opportunity get rid of Lance Stroll, because it won't be Daddy Stroll in charge of the team anymore, Lance. But yeah, that'll come later. It's fine. Not bad yourself. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Very good. Glad it's the weekend. Glad it's the long bank holiday weekend. How's Millie? Millie's fine. She woke up at, or she got up and about, I think around, is it maybe 4:35ish? Having gone straight to bed pretty much after she finished stream. So she's had a really good sleep. She's she's getting there. I think she's a little bit zombie-ish still. Not maybe 100% with it, but I think she's gonna sit and relax this evening and then try and get a bit more sleep, and hopefully be a bit more back to normal tomorrow. But we'll see. You never know. You never know. We'll see what tomorrow brings. But yeah, no, she had a fantastic time, and thanks to everyone that tuned in and played games and just joined in. She absolutely loved it, and it was really nice to see everyone kind of enjoying her birthday and celebrating it along with her on stream as well. It was great. Right.
Take a look at what you can be doing before the next race weekend gets here.
Okay.
Our time is precious, and these moments between races are a good point to develop our team further. You should have an email from the engineering team over in the warehouse. Check it out. It might be something interesting.
Oh, you tease. Forgot.
Ah, it looks like the engineering team have just finished manufacturing a car part. It's a suspension system, one the team designed earlier.
I was going to say, I definitely didn't ask them to build anything, so that's cool.
Improving our cars is a constant process.
Coming in?
The other teams won't be taking it easy, and having a cutting-edge car is vital if we want to stay competitive against our rivals.
It sure is.
New car parts are initially designed by the team. They can then be manufactured and installed on either car. This suspension has already been manufactured, so we just need to install it. To do this, head over to the car warehouse.
Family time with Zombie Millie. Exactly. In fact, we're going to celebrate her birthday with her family tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, we're going down to spend the afternoon with them, have some food. Hey, Tommy, thank you very much for the 24-month tier 1 sub. Thank you. Yeah, we're going down to celebrate with them tomorrow and have some dinner. And yeah, I think the plan is for us to stay there, and then we'll be kind of back on Sunday. But yeah, hopefully Millie gets another good sleep this evening or later, whenever that happens, and then we can have a good time tomorrow. Right, in Shorsham Park.
From the cars area, you can manage everything relating to the cars and their build, from car analysis to car parts to new development projects.
I'm good, thanks. I'm glad it's the weekend, and we've got a bank holiday here on Monday as well, so extra time off to relax. Pretty nice. How did Millie sleep? Yeah, she did. I literally went in and checked on her. I mean, it probably wasn't. I was on a call for work when she finished her stream, and I think I kind of poked my head in the guest bedroom door to see if she was still awake or everything else. Maybe 10 minutes later, and she was completely gone. So yeah, completely conked out. But yeah, she had a really good sleep time. She woke up at maybe 4:35ish. She's feeling a bit zombie-ish at the moment, so hopefully again she'll relax this evening and then have another good sleep and back to normality tomorrow. But she had a fantastic time, and then thanks for breaking her at the end. I literally saw your bits tip, I think it was, as I was literally going out the door to my meeting, which was quite funny. So and then I had the chat on in the background. But yeah, good stuff. Thanks for joining in yesterday and today. Yeah, good when you know. Yeah, unfortunately, Millie's got to work Monday, which is sod's law. But yeah, hey ho. But for the rest of us, I'm looking forward to it. Right. Yeah. Cars, parts, and development. There's 2 cars, one for each driver. Yeah, that's fine. And we've got 6 parts, 3 powertrain parts. Yeah.
Uninstalled car parts are stored in the warehouse, including our newly manufactured suspension. We might be able to use it to improve one of our current car setups.
I'm going to try not to be favouritist, but I'm probably going to give this to the
Here
Lando.
at the warehouse, you can find
So-
all the car parts that make up an F1
We'll
car.
see.
We can develop aerodynamic car parts in-house during the season. You're here for the new suspension.
I sure am.
Right. All the available suspension designs are here to look through. Notice how both cars currently have the same suspension design installed. Check the new design at the top of the list. As each car can only have one suspension fitted, you'll want to check the stats of the new design to see if it's worth replacing the old one.
What I heard is there is Darker has a reason to stream all day Monday. Well, Scotchborn, yeah, I was actually thinking of doing a day stream on Monday. I was thinking of doing some more F1 Manager, and doing some F1 2022, and yeah, you can all see how crap I am still, even with my new fancy wheel and things, which would be cool. So yeah, I was thinking of do that. Probably jump on for about maybe 11ish. Yeah, 11 BST Monday morning. Do a couple hours and see how we get on, and we'll switch between F1 and F1 Manager. I think that'll be quite cool. Maybe we'll start with F1 and then move to F1 Manager afterwards, which would be good. Really hoping my racing seat arrives. Yeah, me too, Haxo. And then yeah, you'll have to let me know when it arrives, how you get on with it, and once you've got F1 2022 installed, or sorry, F1 22 installed, we'll do some races. Hey, Millie, there she is. There she is. But yeah, Monday I think we'll do some, and I'll show you the new wheel and setup then as well, which is quite cool. And even if I'm not that much better with it, I am... Well, actually, to be fair, that's not true. I'll explain on Monday, but it's very cool. It's very, very cool. Do you think we'll get a crossover where you can actually set the race up? And, you know... Well, so, I was wondering this. I've been wondering this before, but the offering that we have in F1 My Team... F1 22 My Team and the previous My Team modes are pretty much as close as I think they probably want to take it, because otherwise they're probably going to struggle to justify why you'd have two different games. Where you micro the races, yeah, I mean, the only thing I could think that they might look to do in My Team at some point, obviously when you're racing, you've got no real ability to interact with your second driver. I mean, in terms of strategy, you're in the car driving it. At the end of the day, you're going to get information over the radio, like we'll have here in front of us, to make decisions. But ultimately, if you want to stay out longer, you just don't drive into the pit lane. And if you want to come in earlier and you want to change the tyres, you can do that. So I guess there's enough for you know, controlling that one car, but as we'll see this evening, you know, managing both cars and also then being able to pause and do things. Certainly in My Team it works because it's offline only at the moment. So, you know, you could in theory add some kind of teammate like micromanagement, I guess, into F1 22. But I guess it's just, you know, do you need to when there's a separate game now, especially a licensed game that has all of this available to it? And I think will appeal to some people more than you know, from the strategy aspect of it and the strategy simulation aspect of it, compared to actually those that want to get in the car and drive. So yeah, I don't know. I think one thing we will see, and we kind of sort of seen it already in terms of actually just how the general graphics and how the visuals compare between F1 Manager and F1 22, is we'll probably see crossover in terms of both UI, terminology, and you know, how certain gameplay mechanics work. And I think that's probably something that both games can kind of collaborate to some degree on, through the kind of F1 game license that they've got. But it'll be interesting to see what they do with it. It certainly will be. I had a good nap between lunch and dinner, so it must be excellent. Jolly good. I meant to ask Danny, how are you feeling after your continued support on the stream yesterday. I think they need to do that anyway. Teammates don't race like teammates now. Yeah, so to be fair, I agree, and there's something in this game that when we were in the race, you'll see where you've got the option to potentially send an order through to one driver to not hold up a teammate. I've always felt like it was something missing from you being able to say that to your engineer in F1 22, and I'm pretty sure they've not added that yet. I could be wrong. Happy to be corrected, but as far as I'm aware, the only kind of interaction you can make when you're actually in the car racing is check your teammate status. Find out how they're doing in their race, but you can't really suggest that you are, that you're faster and that you should go past and they should let you through, etc. So that could be quite a cool mechanic maybe to bring into the actual F1 games themselves. Don't fight teammate and hold everyone up. Yeah, exactly that. Right, so what have we got here with car attributes? We've got car performance, propulsion attributes, yep. Analysis. Yep. Cool.
Take the time here to compare the two designs. You may also want to pay attention to the stats that are crucial for the next race, and see which suspension is more suitable for that circuit. Looks like this new design only has positive impacts on the car. That's great news. We only have one copy of this suspension at the moment, so you need to decide which car. Select the new suspension design and get it in.
Okay. So we're going to put it on car 2, which is Lando's car. Just for reference, Lando finished P9 in Bahrain, having qualified, I believe, P13. Ricciardo qualified P15 and finished P12. So into the points on our first race, which is good with Lando. To be fair, Daniel started on a slightly different strategy, and we actually ran him onto a slightly different strategy throughout the race compared to Lando. Made up good places. He was battling away. They were both battling away, especially in the latter phase of the first and second pit stops. So after they got off the first tyre compound, there was quite a lot of movement in the grid. I suspect we'll probably see a similar thing here, especially as the McLaren doesn't have as competitive a top speed as some of the other cars. However, it's certainly good in the medium and higher speed corners compared to some of the other teams on the grid. So I think again we'll probably see some overtaking happen in this race as well.
Great work. That's the new suspension fitted. If you want to have more copies of this design manufactured,
here we go. Yeah, we can build
you can do so from here. Just remember those F1 mandated spending caps, the official limit on how much we can spend on car development and improvement each season.
That's what I'm going to need to be really careful of, because it's something that something that wasn't in Motorsport Manager in terms of a spending cap. You just had obviously a finite amount of money to spend, but here you have to be careful because it's not necessarily all about just piling the money onto specific elements of, say, car development and things like that, and then just carrying on through because we've got the funds available. We will hit that spending cap if we're not strategic in what we use, and I'm sure we'll make some mistakes along the way, but that's fine. The team goal for McLaren is actually to be in line to win a Constructors' Championship in 4 years, so 4 seasons, effectively to produce a competitive package to look at winning the Constructors' Championship, and that's the only like general top level team goal for McLaren at the moment. We've not got any driver championship goals aligned at the moment, but certainly as things progress and as our drivers' aspirations change, or even the drivers themselves change, we may well see a requirement to also look at producing a drivers' championship winning car as well, which will be interesting. Maybe a Ricciardo leaving in rough. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. It'll be quite interesting to see what happens with it. So both cars have it, and we have a spec. So we'll have to build another suspension, but we do technically have the original spec version available that we can switch back to. Yeah, so we have the financials tab to predict how the cash flow is going to be spent and where we're spending it as well. But yeah, as you say, it's quite scary just by making a couple of choices how quickly that will dip down. So we'll see that in a minute.
If you don't want the team to manufacture anything right now, we should probably head back.
So I think what we will do is we will manufacture another part just to level the playing field on this aspect. Later on, it's also not the most expensive part. So let's have a look. We've got day 5. So the race is in 4 days. It would be great if we could get another part out. Now, it's going to be completed in 4 days, but is that going to be 4 days for the rush? Wow, emergency. So this is interesting because I know in the design settings there's a slight difference in terms of the approach terminology and how they're like rushing it through. So it's interesting that we've got a rush job, we've got an emergency job, which I guess would possibly... I guess it would be if we know there's a definite failure or wear issue on a part that we've not yet manufactured a new one for. You could, for a cool $250,000 just emergency produce another I mean, that's pretty impressive to turn around a brand new suspension system, or from design at least, produce one from a design spec. But I don't... It'd be interesting to see if this comes in before the race. That's what I don't know. Because the cost... I mean, it's 25k more. Let's risk it and see, because at least then we'll know if in the future it arrives in time for the race start or not. That's 4 days, but is that practice? And then we'll be able to put it on the car. Let's find out. It doesn't matter. We've got it on one car anyway, so we'll see. And we'll produce one, so let's confirm that. Yes. That's all good. Okay. So let's hop
You're
out
pretty
here.
much ready to handle things yourself now.
Yay.
Our staff and facilities
We're
have
an
a
adult.
significant impact on the team's performance.
Here's
When
a
you
load
get
of money.
a chance,
Don't
you
waste
should
all at
check
once.
these areas out on your own.
Yeah, so I found that as well, BR. I found that with design as well. And to be fair, I think some people have said that it's a glitch in certain cases. But in others, they've also said, yeah, no, it can have the opposite effect, like you've described. So yeah, it will be interesting to see, because rushing it through doesn't necessarily always mean that we're going to get a good part, quality part out of it as well. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so we should visit those.
If you ever find yourself needing any further information, don't... Okay, I need to head back over to aerodynamics.
Okie dokie.
I'll be in touch again now and then. And I'm looking forward to the team thriving with you at the helm.
Fingers crossed. Angling for a pay rise, methinks. Right, so let's have a look at finances and scare ourselves. So let's have a look. For the time being, spending cost cap spending wise, this is what we've spent so far. So only 30 million, only a cool 30 million going out at the moment, or that has gone out. Projected spend at the moment, based on what we've been doing and what tasks might come up. We're looking at increasing that to another 19 million. Fortunately, we've got plenty to still play with. 92 million left to play with. However, we're not even two full races into the season yet. So, a lot of this will kind of, I suspect, in the latter half of the season. Certainly in this first season, we'll probably rein things in. Or we'll probably be focusing less on this year's car development and looking at starting to save some of that budget to also put into R&D spend and potentially facility spend as well, so that we're in a better position for next season. Equally, there may be seasons in the future where actually we try and hold off spending in the first half of the season, especially if we've got a slightly more competitive package where we're able to bring in more bonuses and things like that across the season, and potentially then allow us, maybe even post mid-season break, to actually kind of come back into that with a load of new designs and parts manufactured, spending some of that that cost cap amount, so that we can actually end up in a higher finishing position towards the end of the season. We'll have to play it by ear and see what happens. But so far, I think we're looking okay. Looking okay. Right, what else we got in the old email inbox? Just a post-race interview from Charles, who won. So he won in Bahrain, with Verstappen in P2 and Sainz in P3. So very much kind of as the F1 2022 championship started this year. Ferrari very, very quick at the front. Red Bull very close behind. Mercedes, where we'd expect them to be, kind of, fourth place in terms of fourth place and lower, and certainly the third best car on the grid as things stand currently. McLaren very much, again, where we would kind of expect them to be, so quite true to life representation, at least for now. Interesting, so the board watched the race at Bahrain as we can, and we're disappointed that the team performed below expectations. So we actually, I think it's because we did meet one of the requirements, and we met our sponsorship goal as well, but I believe they wanted both cars into the points, effectively. So I think they were hoping for an 8th and 10th finish, and we obviously got a 9th and 12th. So, yeah. First race of the season, you know, there's only so much we can do. We will play it by ear. Right, so... Oh yeah, this was the other thing that they highlighted, which was quite interesting. So the post-race debrief highlighted for car number 1, so Daniel Ricciardo, the team suggested improving or spending some driver development points on his defending performance. So we don't have enough XP for that at the moment, so you gain XP, driver XP, and that you can then convert and turn into development points to spend, which is quite interesting. So we will, yeah, kind of come back to Daniel, what we've got. So points to do. So, upcoming events. So we've got a sponsorship obligation on Race Simulator Hire. So yeah, this was something quite... This whole section of sponsors is something that's quite... not different, but it's more evolved from what we had in the likes of Motorsport Manager, which is you could pick and choose sponsors, and sponsors had certain criteria. But also off the end of this, we've got in F1 Manager, we've got sponsor obligations, which is quite an interesting kind of twist on it. Where again, if we do meet certain objectives or events or requests from certain sponsors, there's a potential cash bonus off the end of it. So it's in our best interest to try and meet as many of those as we can, but there is also a downside to some of these, like, for example, race hospitality. The pit crew's performance will decrease on each race day that the team hosts sponsors in the pits. So, you know, that's going to have to be something that we're going to, you know, need to be careful of. That, you know, if we're always keeping the sponsors happy, then we're likely to suffer general dips in team morale as well across the board. I believe this one is the Race Simulator event. So we're actually going to lose some weekly experience, or weekly experience boost is reduced for the week of each event. But, you know, that is what it is. So I don't think we need to do anything. I think that's just an action that's going to happen, which is fine. And then we've got the race weekend in 4 days. And then we've also got the suspension being completed. So it sounds like the part's going to be completed afterwards, which is fine because it means that it will be ready for Australia. Post-Australia, again, if this completes around then, we're also going to have a new chassis design available that we've got queued up at the moment that's being worked on by the team. And it looks like then we've also got some sponsorship obligations there as well. Okay, I think we're pretty much ready to carry on, so let's continue and see what happens. Ah, interesting. So, suspension is actually finished and is ready to be installed. So that's interesting, and that's actually happened before the race weekend soon. It sounds like we might actually be able to put that on the car first, which would be quite cool. A thing to be aware of if, yeah, days line up with when designs or manufacturing is going to be completed in the future, because then at least, yeah, we'll know we'll get that kind of opportunity to have something potentially rush through, or at least align the timing so that we can have a new part or new design ready for the next race, which is quite cool. Okay, so got a race preview. So Ferrari ahead at the moment with 11 points in the constructors, and Leclerc is ahead by 8 points from Verstappen. Jeddah. I'm quite enjoying the Jeddah circuit actually in F1 22. I didn't enjoy it in F1 2021. I just struggled struggled really to kind of keep away from the walls. Very, very Singapore-esque, I guess. It took a while to get used to that street circuit layout. But this year's game, really, really enjoying it actually. And there was a really good event, multiplayer event that they had on just after the game launched. You played as Carlos Sainz, and I think you had about 15 laps left of the race, and you had to kind of try and power your way through, which was really good fun. I wonder if in 22 I can actually race in Monaco. Yeah, I can't hack so. Not yet, not properly. I've only tried it a handful of times, but I've not had much luck yet. So Monaco is still a cursed track for me, but we'll see. Maybe a bit of practice will be alright. It was interesting to see what happens in F1 Manager when we get there. See if from a strategic point we're any better. Okay, so we want to check out the circuit info, performance targets, and our car builds as well. So we don't want to go to race preparation just yet because we actually want to fit this part first, which is great. So it looks like we're actually in a good spot, and it looks like it improved all the areas that we were hoping it would. I just bounced off the walls, yeah. My car barely turns around there. So certainly this year it feels like the hairpin is easier to take. Whether or not that's just overall design or not, I don't know. I don't know if it's because of the new wheel I've got, whether or not that's helping to rotate things a bit more with that. I raced there yesterday, the day before Wednesday. I did an online race at Monaco, and getting round the corner at low speed was easier. High speed is obviously still a no-go, but not unless you're drifting in an F1 car. But yeah, we'll see. Right, so, okay, cool, interesting. So, let's install on car number 1 as well. And there we go. So we've now got four of the original suspension parts in the warehouse. Seems a tad excessive, team. Although I guess... I guess, I don't know, we were expecting parts to fail, or we've built some extra parts, but it doesn't fail. But yeah, I mean, we've got these two. I mean, the good part, let's try that again. The benefit is, if we need to switch back to the original version, then cool, we can do that. Always felt like the AI were cheating it, and I had to go, yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. There's still some balancing issues to sort out on the AI in F122, but it's getting better. It seems to be getting better with most patches. So, get that right. Okay. In that case, let's go to performance targets. So, what circuit info have we got? We need to pay attention to. And of course, this is only the second year that they've raced it at Jeddah. Historic safety car chance are 100%. Pit lane time loss 25 seconds, so you need to try and remember that in terms of gaps in the race for that. And in terms of DRS detection, so here's the start finish right here. So the first zone we get is here, and then the deployment zone is around turn 20. I wonder if this is the track with the most turns. 27 seems very high. So yeah, first DRS zone in actually sector 2, so nothing in sector 1. Detection wise, obviously got the start finish straight, and then we've got small zone here, and another nice DRS zone in the final part of sector 3 as well, coming around to it, which is cool. Sections by speed, yeah. Straight sections, you think? The top speed is important, but medium speed and high speed cornering is critical here, as is DRS top speed recommended, But yeah, critical is also dirty air, cornering, medium, and high speed. So we've got some. The car's good in those areas. It's not necessarily the best, but it's good. So hopefully, again, we should be relatively competitive. So that's really interesting, actually. I didn't realise it gave us that detailed breakdown in terms of pit time loss. So under green flag conditions, so standard race conditions, it's about 23 seconds in the pits at best. Otherwise, an average of 25. Under a safety car, virtual safety car, so time loss is only 14 seconds. So definitely advantageous to take advantage of the safety car if it comes out during that phase. Cool. There's so much detail in this game, which is fantastic because, again, like, for anyone that's not played, there's the only other kind of motorsport manager type game I've ever played or ever really known or seen about that's had this comparative level of detail is a game called Motorsport Manager. It started off as a mobile game, and several versions were built on mobile, and they actually released a Steam version, PC version, several years ago. Great fun, really, really good. Still going today, but they never had, or they were never granted F1 licensing for it. So there was always, they were, open cockpit, single seaters, very much F1 style inspired, but and there were mods. There were mods where you could import into the game the latest season and things like that, and that was fine because it was all Steam Workshop stuff. So that was fine. But again, because there was only so much you could do with the game, and they obviously didn't have access to necessarily all the licensed content or information, this is just such a nice kind of step up from that. And I'm definitely thankful to have played the F1 Manager, the Motorsport Manager games prior to this, because I don't know, it just got me interested in. It added to my interest in F1 at the time, and also the strategic element of it as well. But yeah, it's just very cool to see all this additional information. I mean, half of it I'm not going to know what to do with to start with, or ever potentially, but we'll see. But it's the detail is really impressive. I mean, you can tell that Frontier have really gone all out in terms of making the most of what information they have available to them or able to request from F1 and the associated bodies and everything else. So yeah, really, really cool. I think they've done a great job. So, expected tyre strategies, pit stop windows. So, if you're going for a medium hard, they reckon 16 laps on the medium and then 22 on the hard. For a 2-stop. Sorry, that's a 1-stop. A 1-stop strategy. Or you can alternate that round and go for a... Well, that's not the right number of laps, though, is it? 16 and 22. I don't know what they're expecting you to do with that. Yeah, exactly. So some kind of co-op or league or like co-op management would be really, really cool. Even to the point where maybe you could even drill it down where you still have like a combined or a primary user that has top-level control of the team. But then you could assign out other roles and responsibility. Maybe one of the players could then be responsible for R&D and development and things like that, or personnel. Cool. But come a race weekend, it might be quite cool if you had a co-op element to allow you to basically take over the roles of each individual car and driver's race engineer. That would be a really, really cool feature, and I'd certainly look forward to playing that with people and yeah, seeing what kind of what outcome we could produce as a team. But I think again, this is going to produce a really good framework, really good basis for them to take these games forward in the future. At least I hope so. But yeah, impressed with what I've seen so far. I appreciate we've only done one race. Other stops we've got here. So the hard medium, not a bad shout. The soft hard medium. I mean, again, just doing an extra stop. So sorry, that's suggested lap times, not the number of laps they can do. So it's saying coming after 16 laps, between 16 laps and 22 laps, that's the pit window. And then you do the rest on hard, so that's fine. Equally, you could inverse that between lap 30 and 36 for the mediums. Or you could do soft hard medium. it feels like here, because it's such a high-speed circuit, adding an extra pit stop in by default is, unless you're one of the front-running teams, it's probably not going to be beneficial based on the potential 25-second time loss. I think unless we get a safety car, there's probably no need to consider the softs based on the track layout. So it's going to be interesting to see, I think, based on where we qualify, whether or not we go medium hard or hard medium. I think it'll be co-op as different teams, or like you said, control. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see if you could do how co-op as different teams potentially could work, just in terms of, would you have like a joint like time the time speed check? Like how would you do that? Would you just have to have a constant agreed, but then it paused for both players when certain events happened? I don't know. That's what would be interesting to see, and I guess for them to work out a way for that to work. Else, as say, yeah, it could be one team and then you divide up roles and responsibilities. But yeah, it would be really interesting to see what they do with it. Really, really interesting. Right, so compound performance. I mean, yeah, so that's really interesting. The hard is the better tyre compared to the medium, potentially. Average lap, yeah, the hard tyre is faster than the mediums. Interesting. And the soft is really not that much faster. Not in general terms when you compare it to some other tracks. The average lap kind of advantage that you get from the softs is often usually higher, which is interesting. Competitive performance. I mean, I think 12 to 17. I think that's pushing it. Based on the strats that they've suggested up there, only to run the softs for 9 laps. Although I guess you could tear through those. Yeah, no, I agree. I think in Jeddah as well, the hards actually produce the better overall lap times, because I think there was I think also the tyres ran a bit cooler, and for the harder compound, it therefore got up to workable temperature sooner. The mediums overheated a little bit too quickly, I think. I seem to remember rightly from this year's race, but yeah, I mean it's negligible, the improvement in. I appreciate every kind of millisecond counts in Formula One, but here we're talking, we are talking such minute numbers here that actually the advantage we're going to get from the hard tyre looks good. So we need to remember to try and run the hard tyre in practice as well, just to get some extra data around it. So this was last year's standing. So yeah, I forgot. McLaren had quite a good outing here. Not so much for Lando, but he came home in P10, so he scored a point for McLaren. But Ricciardo, yeah, P5. Really good result. Okay. Happy with all of that. Okay, so qualifying targets. So there's an incentive if we get to Q3, at least one driver. So fine. What guarantee options have we got? So again, I think we can safely go for a reach Q2, because we should be able to get into Q2 quite comfortably. And then qualifying position P10. It's going to be really difficult without knowing the track. Potential loss, potential reward. At this stage in the season, where I don't really know the car well enough and the general team performance, I think I'm going to probably avoid this just for the time being. We qualified outside the top 10 last race. We were P13, P15, so not really close enough to suggest that with only a suspension upgrade that is going to necessarily make a massive difference. Very happy to be proven wrong, but considering we've got a Q3 incentive as well, I think I'm happy with those two. Race targets, so we're hoping for a top 10 finish with at least one driver. So that seems reasonable. Fastest lap is definitely out of the question, so we're not even going to worry about that. And then the hot streak targets, we've got a qualifying position, so we want to get at least 12. So sorry, in fact it was P12 and P15, because we managed to get P12 last race around, which is cool. Why is that even I know, right? I mean, I guess at the moment those guarantees are more universal regardless of the kind of starting team that you pick. Not remotely possible for McLaren at all. I mean, I don't even think there's one design or upgrade that you could do this early on in the season that would have that much of an impact. And whilst I appreciate there's a element of risk to all the other drivers and a risk and a random chance that other cars may fail or crash out in quali, I think the chances are so slim for you to do that. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. No, definitely not with McLaren. Again, if you're with Ferrari or Red Bull at this early start of the season, then sure. Again, potentially as Mercedes, maybe on certain races you'd want to chance it early on, potentially to see if you could manage it. But yeah, so yeah, nothing else to change there, so that's all fine. And then drivers and parts, we've got everything fitted. We should be able to see on here that the suspension is reading ML22S2 on both cars, which is great. And looking at general component wear as well, we are good on engine at 90% on both cars. ERS is 93% and gearbox is 86 on both cars. So all good. Okay, to the race weekend. So annoyingly, in the first race of the season, the game suggests you skip practice.
Formula One is back. Welcome to one of the fastest circuits on the calendar here at
not
Jeddah.
Be skipping here, but
the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix is about to kick off.
Full range
and the atmosphere
of
here is electric.
And getting the extra data out.
The Jeddah Street Circuit has one of the fastest average speeds, as well as the most corners of any track on the calendar.
There we go, it does have the most
corners. High-speed downforce is going to make life in the fast lane a little easier for drivers here this weekend. At this early stage of the season, there are still plenty of opportunities for things to change. In this sport, there simply are no guarantees. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Formula One.
Sure is, Crofty. Right. Oh, let's go back. Let's not press spacebar on that. Right, so the outlook for weather is, kind of overcast. We're going to get potentially some sun on Saturday for quali and P3. Shouldn't impact things too much, which is fine. We're happy with all the sponsor elements. Reports, we've already read through these elements yet, and we've not got any additional post-race practice or pre-race reporting to go yet, so let's continue on. Right, so we need to do some track acclimatization and some car part knowledge, because we've obviously got new parts on the car, so we'll have to see how the drivers perform with that. Excuse me. We also need to see if we can get their performance boosts up a tad throughout that, and tweak their setups as well and see what doesn't work. Parapan, thank you very much for the follow. I don't know why, but my OBS Studios Twitch feeds and everything else have just died, which is great, so I can't actually see. Now they come back. There we go, and now it's coming through by those things. I still need to check stream elements because it feels like it's still lagging behind on certain things. It could just be OBS, but I do need to check that at some point. But yeah, thank you, Pierre Pan, for the follow. Right, so car setup. I mean, straight down the middle, see what happens to start with. Can't go too wrong. Nothing is outside the min and max ranges at the moment, so we'll see what we need to tweak as we go along. To be honest, I'm not all that interested in running the... It's interesting, we've only got 2 hard compounds. Well, I'm not going to need it for quali. We've got all these soft, so... Is it worthwhile? Is it worthwhile to send them out? I mean, it's going to give us 21 laps, apparently. I'd like to do... Maybe we'll save a hard... So maybe in practice 2 we'll do a hard run, and then in practice... Maybe in practice 3 we'll do a medium compound run. Fine. Okay, that's all fine. I've got a run plan of 15 laps, which is well within the tyre life of the softs, which is fine, and that's all good. We don't need to tweak their driving styles on this. Same for Lando. We'll do the same test run. They are ready. Let's go practice. Manage practice. Yes, I am sure. Yes, please.
And Lando, radio check, radio check.
Yeah, confirm.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a green light.
Lando's just on the edge, traction-wise. Ooh, tell you what, we're gonna tweak a few bits just to bring them a bit further away from the edge zone to start with. We'll just do one small tweak. Confirm. We'll send out Ricardo on that run, and then we'll send out Lando afterwards. Give us a little bit of space between the two drivers as well, so they're not running into one another. Of course, here the cars come out to the left as well. Oh, I've got to tell you, I have several Dwarven Lords named Pickle, Axe, Rick spread across various streamers, Immortal Empires campaigns. You and Pickle Rick were the only two pickles I know. Amazing. Gotta love a Pickle Rick. Right, send out Norris.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Okay.
Well, we're not on, well, they're on a warm-up lap. Do the same with Norris in a sec, and then we'll tweak speeds and whatnot.
Just be careful with this tyre.
I love the radio messages and the fact that it's coming. It's come from
And save fuel from now, please.
hundreds,
Save fuel from
if not
now.
thousands of hours of radio messages. It's great. Okay, off you go then, Daniel. You are good to go. So let's see what how they compare driver-wise in lap times. So Daniel setting purples in sector 2 and sector 3, already being pipped in sector 2. Interestingly, Lando ahead in both sectors at the moment. Bearing in mind, Lando does have the improved suspension at the moment. So that's quite an interesting time stat that we've got there. So in terms of the car ahead in the leaderboard, Verstappen is 1.4 seconds faster at this point in time, which is fine. Again, we've got 1% track acclimatization and only 57% with the parts on board the car. In fact, I lied. We developed the other suspension system and applied it to Daniel's car as well, so they do have both. But again, interesting to see that already there's, you know, Lando is about. I'm not going to see sector 2 times because we're on 2s. Lando, I think, is about 3/10 up, 3/10 faster, maybe a little bit more than Daniel. So we'll see. In fact, Lando's just about to come round the final sector now. But yeah, quite cool there. And again, I guess good to see that in terms of what is perceived to be the slowest car on the grid at the moment, the Williams Latifi, Go Tifi, is the same time margin back as the advantage Verstappen has over us. So we're certainly, in a middle of the pack situation. But let's see how Lando comes through on this time. So yeah, it's actually a little less, only about 100th up on his teammate, and Joe for Alfa Romeo is a little bit faster. Alonso again 2 tenths up overall, still trailing Verstappen. Lovely engine sounds. Still might be a tad loud though. You'll have to let me know if it is, but let's drop it to 50%. Just see if that sits. That's made better. But yeah, over time we should see improvements from both drivers. So let's hop into the circuit map and we'll speed things along a little bit and see how we go. We've got an hour for the practice session. Engine sounds louder than you. Rest of the music's fine. Cheers, Tommy. How's it sitting now? If we go in here. I've just dropped the main volume down, but I guess I could probably tweak sound effects. It's quite hard. It is a good sound though. Russell's second fastest overall. So strat-wise, cars are performing where we'd expect them to. Track is where I expect it to be as well. In theory, we want to go out towards the end of the session as well, because there'll be more rubber down, a bit more grip. So how are we looking overall? So yeah, at the moment, Lando the faster driver of the two, but 6th and 7th at the moment, looking fairly competitive. Ferraris haven't gone out yet, so we'd expect to drop at least 2 places for that. Perez just about to put in a very fast lap time as well on the medium tyre as well. So the rest of the field at the moment, yeah, it's fairly mixed. I could say interesting that Joe, the Alfa Romeo is on the hard compound, but as we know, the hard compound is not that far off the softs. So yeah, here we go. We're dropping a couple of places down now, as we kind of expect to see. Let's no longer louder than you. Cool. I'll tweak things a bit further in a minute. But Lando getting all cars getting a bit quicker. Track is quite busy at the moment, but I want to complete this run stint so we get the most data out of the cars where possible. We could always send them back out on some new soft tyres towards the end and do a kind of quali lap simulation as well. Give them a full payload of ERS. Tell them to push on fuel, give them a light fuel load, push on fuel and push on tyres as well. See how much faster we could go. Although again, considering we're not really planning on running the softs in the race, not sure how beneficial that's going to be. Again, outside of giving us a quali pace time, but that might be worthwhile to see where we can expect to be. Okay, interesting. Let's speed this through. I don't feel like I need to tweak any of these settings right now. Just want to get track acclimatization and car part awareness, and we've got 3 out of our 4 out of 5 on Daniel and 3 out of 5 driver feedback items on Norris. So when we do come back into pits, we'll see what we've got here. I love that this back section. Sector 3 in Jeddah is great fun. Get a really nice hook up and flow of the car. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I'm going to sneeze again. Oh, excuse me. Never mind. Oh, right. So Lando having a good run on. Who is that ahead of him? It's one of the Williams. Albon or Latifi. Probably Albon. Interesting. Ricciardo's definitely slower at this point in time. He's got some clean air, so I tell you what, we'll
and recharge on.
return to do 1 lap conserve, and then we'll give him 1 push lap and see what happens off the back of it. We'll let Daniel complete this. Norris has still got some extra feedback that he can give us at this point in time, so we'll leave Norris out for a little bit longer. Probably bring him in maybe 3 laps time. Ricciardo, what we will do is get him to complete this sector. He's pretty much fully charged up. He's got some extra juice to use. Tyres are holding out okay. And we will get him to do 1 kind of flying lap with full ERS deployment, high fuel burn, and attack pace command as well, and see what happens. See if he can improve on his current timings. And we'll go from there. So what are we currently sat in? We're sat in the 133s. Okay, so here comes Daniel, so we'll tell him to push, attack, and give him full deploy on his ERS and see what he can do with 1 lap. Place it.
Okay, use deploy. Okay, understood.
Norris, we really want to try and get that extra feedback point so that we get the best out of the car config. Coming down the back sector now. We'll do the same for Lando. We'll give him 1 conservation lap. In fact, Lando's probably alright. Let's just give him the attack command as well. We'll see what they can both do.
Recharge on then, please.
Confirm.
Right, so Danny going nicely in sector 1. Setting purple sector 1. How does that compare to everyone else? It was a 33.68. So yeah, 2 tenths up on Verstappen, now 1.5 tenths up. Looks like he's setting everything purple, which is good. So on the fastest tyres, this is giving us our kind of quali pace example. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we get out of this. Right, now Lando running up against Daniel as well. So again, we're getting quite a good comparison for how the 2 drivers are performing against one another at the moment. So tyres overheating at the moment, by the sounds of things. Yeah, definitely. But we'd expect them to on a push lap. So yeah. Okay, so Ricciardo now going fastest overall in the session, and we'll call the car in do they? Oh, he's only got one more lap to do, so that's fine. So we'll... No, sorry, he's now on that final lap, so that's fine. So let's just tell him to bring things.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Right, so can Norris go faster than Ricciardo overall? Let's see. We would expect so, and by how much? Okay, yeah, so almost 2/10. But that's good. So that'll give us some interesting metrics towards the end of it, as to it's not necessarily a full quality. Obviously, we've not applied any kind of tweaks, performance changes to the car just yet. So we should hopefully see some improvements in overall speed. Let's while we're here, let's see if we can tweak the audio for here, car engine volume. So let's bring that down to 65 as well, just so it's not quite as loud. There we go, that's a bit better. Does sound good though. Okay, Ricciardo is heading into the garage now. Actually got Lando on another kind of push
Understood.
lap. He's actually got the image for the... We'll see, he's going faster. In fact, he's taken off like another 10th there. Invalid configuration. Interesting. Right, invalid in the driver confidence is 4%. Amazing. Okay, cool. So we need to fix that because, yeah, clearly not a good setup and no real overall confidence in the car. And yeah, we should be able to get a lot faster out of that as well. So let's start tweaking things. So let's change the front wing angle first of all to try and bring things back in. We know all of these from where we are currently. We're going to have to move them further out. So okay, there's a good spread between all of those now. I think we're going to get the minor adjustments there. Let's bring that out of it. Okay, let's see what impact that has. Right, for the next run plan, we used about, I think it was that about half the session overall, at least 20 minutes. So I think what we'll do now is we'll do the same again then, but we'll switch onto the medium tyre compound and get some info on that. Let's see what that does. Ah, interesting. Slower there. Is that because we're out of...
How's the balance?
The car doesn't feel right.
Cool.
Understood.
Right, so Lando should be in. Yeah, so he's going to do one more lap and then he's in.
Just be careful with this tyre.
Yeah, confirm.
Like recharge button off, please. Recharge button off.
Yeah, confirm.
Let's see how we do. Oh, someone had gone off sector 2. So that must have been... It's been Gasly? Okay, yeah, so not quite a session. So we've got a bit of time. So we've got 6. So what we need to bear in mind when Lando's coming in is we want to try and keep his changes under 6 minutes.
Currently
flags.
yellow flags.
I'm happy.
I'm happy. Yeah, switching to the onboard. Very cool that we've got these different camera angles, and again that the graphics quality, even at this level, is so cool, so well done. We've done a great job. I love these different camera angles that we've got on the cars. It's brilliant. Actually, I think you could see there. Yeah, you can actually see the graining on the tyres. Go back one. You can actually see under braking if you watch the front left. Well, I mean, you can kind of see the darker patches in the middle where there's more wear, but you can actually start seeing some kind of lines and strips when the car's slower, which is quite cool.
Lando pit lane.
Okay, cool.
Understood, mate.
So let's see what Lando
And
comes
just
back
remind
with.
you, use the pit limiter in the pit lane.
But again, he's got an invalid configuration. That's wrong with. Again, I think what we'll do is we'll send Lando out on some medium compound tyres so we can get a sense check for that, because it's likely that we'll run medium hards in the race as well. So yeah, interesting that you can see the lap time. So I think was that Lando? That wasn't Lando's fastest though. I think that must have been the last lap, or average lap time. So with a fresh pair of softs on, it reckons it'll take almost half a second off. Mediums 0.3 and hards 0.1, which is cool. I think the ladder on the left is my favourite feature. You can swap from interval to other stuff. I found yeah, during a race. So I know what you mean. The fact that you can get, I think you can get interval, gap to leader, tyre wear of all the cars. We'll check through it on the next practice run. But yeah, you're right. The extra detail that you get there is fantastic. And actually, you get more detail there than you do in the F1 game, in terms of the alternate options to see, which is quite cool. Okay, so yeah, we'll set Lando out on some mediums. We actually just deselected that. We have, yeah. So that's 8 seconds to change those tyres over. Run plan's going to try 25 seconds. That's fine. Car parts are all good. Don't need to change anything there. We've got feedback available in all areas, which is great. So yeah, again, a really bad setup apparently. So let's increase some of our sliders. I mean, if anything, on this track we'd want to actually bring the front wing and rear wing angles down, but we're going to have to kind of play around, see what we can get the most out of. Okay, some fairly extremes there. Slight difference to Daniel's car as well, so we'll see how that runs. Hey, BMK, how you doing? How goes your Friday? So overall, we're talking about a 4 minutes. So that's fine, just in the time window in terms of session time remaining. So we should be able to get the next 15 lap stint out and done as well. Cool, let's confirm that and send them out. We'll just skip through this time-wise so that we can get the configuration done. Ty got parents tomorrow, so up early. Hosting for the weekend or just the day tomorrow? What have you got planned? Interesting, we're still topping the leaderboards, which is good in P1. Always a good feeling. Who is in? So we've got a little bit more space in the track. If we get Ricciardo out now, he'll have a little bit of breathing space, depending on whether or not Perez is gonna. Yeah, that's fine. So Perez is out in front. We should get Daniel out before Stroll, so he'll have a nice little bit of breathing space there, which is cool. And what we'll do is, again, we'll tell him on this lap just to conserve and harvest up, so he's got plenty to use when we start going next time round.
Okay, recharge on is good. Focus on recharge.
Okay, understood.
Copy. How does this compare now to the driver version games? Just day. Okay, cool. Well, I hope you have a good day with them tomorrow, and yeah, have a nice start to your weekend. But yeah, how does this compare to the driver? I mean, so certainly if we look at so it's certainly a big step up in terms of the management sim aspects that the F1 driver based games give you, but to be expected because obviously this is focusing purely on the management side of it. That said, the graphics are a really close comparison. I think they've done a really good job in providing this level of detail in graphics in the broadcasting camera views and things like that, and all the different camera modes that we get. We can tell Daniel to push now, or go back on standard.
Recharge off, recharge off.
And Lando, we're going to be able to send that in.
Understood.
Just check Stroll, Leclerc, that's fine. Let's get Lando straight out onto the track. But yeah, in terms of the comparative
Let's
elements,
see what pace you can do.
we've got
Understood.
a really good game here. I think it holds up really well in terms of the graphics, the track design, the interface and the menus, and it holds true to real life F1 in all the important areas that matter, and gives fans of the game and the genre and other management styles and a different experience to play. And 2 secs, there's a moth that seems to have got itself stuck behind my desk. I'm going to try and rescue it before it flies away. No, it's gone. Let's see if I can catch it. Oh, moth! Here, mothy, mothy, mothy. I don't really want it to... Oh, it's up there. 2 secs, it's behind the green screen. I don't really want it to sit on the green screen. Don't forget about it. Eat through it. Right, can I catch it? It's... Damn it! Too short! Oh, Mr. Moth! Where did you go? This has just turned into a Hunt the Moth stream. Trixie. Probably should close my window, that would help. Where's it gone? Can he see it? Where are you? Ta-da! Yeah, the drawn into the light. It's gone. It went and just hid in a very dark corner. I'll find it later if not. But I've got pins and needles on my feet. Ha! Oh no! Ah, god dang it! Oh, I'm gonna sit down. Everything's fine. Wait, where's the moth gone? Did I just see it? Am I seeing things now? What is moth? Oh, pins and needles in my feet! Ah! I can't walk. I'm going to have to crawl back to the chair. This is going really well. Right, well, I can't see the moth. He's not on the green screen. We'll find him later. See you later, moth friend. Wherever you may be. If not, I'll dive at him later. Standing up is dangerous, Haxo. I know, right? Do you get twin pains at all? Lion could be doing something really weird. No. Afraid not. We've, I'm trying to think. When we were younger, we'd know when... If we were over apart, we would always know if one of us was upset or unhappy. We get like that kind of feeling. Whether or not there's anything behind it or not, lucky guess, who knows. But no, I mean, yeah, no voodoo stuff for sure. I mean, unless Lionheart's been, taking night classes in voodoo. Unbeknown to us, maybe he has. Who knows? To be fair, it doesn't help that I'm sat forward in my chair at the moment, with my kind of feet curled under my chair. I should probably put my feet flat on the floor. Rescue oops squished. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Millie knows how to catch moths. She does. She does. Might be doing it to try and deal with co-op. Maybe, yeah. Just to get Indiana Jones vibes. Kalimar. Kalimar. Anyway. Back to the race. Or free practice, rather. Right, how are we doing? How are we looking overall? We would expect to be slower on this compound, although that's not bad. Okay, let's just run the session. See how we go. So Norris has managed to get out into some clean air by the looks of things. We've got 1 or 2 cars ahead of him. Let's see as they come down. So Ricciardo's got a nice gap to Perez and Stroll, so he's in a good run position. Norris is coming up. He's in front of Albon, which is fine. He's coming up to the back of Verstappen and Leclerc. We'll see how long they stay out. Excuse me. Yeah, see how long they stay out and how they are managing their tyres. I'd expect them to come in shortly because I don't think they've pitted yet. Let's have a look. So Verstappen has come in. He's now gone out on a new pair of a fresh set of soft tyres, but the rest will come in shortly. So Leclerc should come in shortly. So that'll give us a bit of breathing room. Right, Norris we can now tell to yeah, just run. As we'd expect.
You can push. Compare.
So that's all fine. So let's see if we can get the parts knowledge, which will give us some bonuses up. Track acclimatization, still want to improve that. We've got 3 sessions. We want to try and reach at least, what, 33% or above in order to get the kind of 100% practice track acclimatization by the end of all 3 practice sessions. Let's see what we can do. I'll lean back out of the way. Must admit, pleasantly surprised with the game's UI and layout. It's filling the screen nicely. It's kind of working nicely on the ultra wide. Hopefully, with my head over here, it's not covering up too much of the bottom part of this panel, but it feels like quite a good position. I know I've seen some streamers kind of putting their head over this middle section because it's only hiding the pause play stuff, but I feel like because I've got the stream frame on over the top with me playing it on the ultra wide, it's probably a good spot for me to be over here, out the way. Just lean back, sit back, and hope for the best. Wait for the moth attack. Again, we'll try and save some tyre compound. Well, again, we wouldn't expect the tyres to be as worn down by the end of this second stint with the mediums, because they should last longer. And we'll give the both drivers again another kind of push lap, quali kind of lap simulation. We'll see. I noticed you picked the side with Norris on coincidence or total coincidence. To be fair, with everything that I stream, I tend to, unless it's something. I'm trying to think of the last time I did have to move my head. But I think for most games, the kind of bottom right corner tends to be quite a good spot for my head to sit. My cam to sit. So a coincidence this time, but I do have a preference of Norris, or not preference. He's one of my favourites. I like his general attitude in F1, his general demeanour both on and off the track, and he's a British driver as well, so support him from that perspective, along with all his other qualities. Some do top left, like Lion likes to move around a bit, but likes the bottom. Yeah. I mean, with most games, I've kind of found it typically the top section can, for some games, can work out okay if you're right in the corners, but sometimes you Here, for example, I'd probably be, again, I'd be kind of clipping, I guess, the race view and these windows. Down here, where I'm interacting, I'm kind of not covering up too much information, which feels like a good balance. Still, I'm impressed. We're still topping the timing sheet. Top of the timing sheet, though. No one's gone for anything faster at this rate, which is good. So we're getting plenty of feedback on that. With the green screen, you kind of have to be along the board. Yeah, I mean, this is it. Unless you put yourself in a frame. So I know Thom, who's an F1. He's an Alpine esports ambassador. Plays a lot of F1 games and F1 manager. Actually, he was streaming earlier on today. Tuned in for a little bit. They kind of sit up. Where's my hand? They kind of sit up on the top, in the middle right hand side with a frame around, which looks quite nice. But they don't use a green screen. So again, I think if I did move myself around and put myself in a frame, I'd probably want to try and find a cool background, maybe the game background logo or something like that. But yeah, Haxo's right. Typically, it makes sense for us to go along the bottom edge in some regard. And my camera sits over here. I could look to put it up in front of me, a bit like Lionheart does, but I've got a speaker block up there on my monitor at the moment as well. So I feel like if I put anything else on top of that, I'd probably be sitting a bit too high in the game. But yeah, we'll see. Right, they've both got a bit more fuel in than they did previously, but I tell you what, I'm going to instruct both drivers to give me a conservation lap, and then we'll give them both push lap, see how we get on with that. In fact, we'll give them a bit of a gap, so we'll give Norris one more lap, because I think Danny had one more lap out than Norris compared, so we'll sit on board with Ricardo because that he's got Christ, it's one of the Alpines on his derriere. Should probably just let that car behind go past. But he's going to fight him. Who is it? Ocon. Right, so let's drop into camera view and then let's give Danny the instruction to attack, push, and give him full ERS deployment and see what he does. You could do it if you had some sort of UI shelf so on. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Haxo. That's what I've seen done in the past as well. I'd quite like. Sorry, Daniel, I interrupted you. Let you finish your radio message. I'd quite like to get some F1 kind of like inspired theme. In fact, I keep meaning to look for some F1 transitions because I've been using the new ones, which I think actually are quite nice, switching between my stream screens and scenes. But I'd love an F1 inspired one, so I need to have a look to see if there must be some out there, some kind of similar TV broadcast visual and graphics transitions that I could use. That would be quite cool. So I'll have a look and see what we're doing from there. Maybe a little frame or banner could be quite cool element from that. One thing I do need to do is I need to get another light to sit up here to shine onto the green screen, because as some people have noticed, some games, especially on darker backgrounds, my camera sometimes struggles, or when it's refocusing on me or the alternate background, it picks up some kind of hazing from the green screen. Right, let's tell Lando to do.
Just be careful with this tyre.
Confirmed.
Lando, how's the balance? How's the balance?
Couple sectors across the board so far.
It's pretty even.
Yep. Okay.
That's what I was thinking, Haxo. Yeah, something similar to that. I'd love to like have maybe even that kind of bright red bar that you see in a lot of the kind of the broadcast graphics. Kind of like move across, maybe with a small little kind of high spotlight on it. That'd be cool. Have a look. Yeah, to be fair, I did talk to Lion about it, but I think he's using all of his at the moment. But I need to get one more to help shine more light on the green screen so that it doesn't do that pixelated bit. But I'll sort that. I could always get another one of what I've got, but we'll see. Right, we'll let Daniel do 2 push laps then because he's got enough deployment. And then we'll come to conserve. Lando's actually done one extra conservation lap. I didn't pause at the right time, so that's fine. We'll let him build all the way up there, and then we will give him 2 push laps as well. But yeah, Daniel absolutely blitzing through, managed to actually pull out a tenth on Norris. You can see that Leclerc has obviously done a kind of a quali push, or at least kind of a test lap, because he's certainly gone a lot faster, as is Verstappen. So we're seeing some changes around now based on where we were before. Love the radio. Yeah, the radio call. I mean, the fact that they've used real audio just really adds to the immersion here, which I think is fantastic. They've done a really good.
The recharge on is good.
Yep.
They've done a really good job overall, I think.
Maximum pace.
Yeah.
I love the conversational elements of it. Are just brilliant. It's like you're watching a real race. You can hear their personalities coming through from it. It's brilliant. And might not have switched Lando soon enough to get the best out on this first lap. So we'll see how his first sector time is doing. If it's not looking great, then we'll back out of this lap and then give him another go. Next one round. Okay, it's green sector 1. How's that pair, Daniel? We'll leave it like that for now. That's fine. Let's see how he does here. So he's improved here, and then that compared. So we're seeing a 29.1. So Lando's making up time.
Daniel pit lane.
And Daniel is into the pit lane as well. So
remember the pit lane speed limiter.
So we'll get a chance now to see what else we can do. So it's an improved setup. It's still not great. Interesting. So good news is track acclimatization is almost where we need it. We're about 2% away from what we need. So we might do a quick turnaround, send Daniel out with a reduced payload, maybe on some more softs, and see if we can get another quick run in here with some slight adjustments over the board. So the only thing that has moved from bad to good is straights, which is the overall configuration there. So let's put a new tyre compound on here. Good overall tyre wear. They've managed 18 laps and dead. Yeah, so we are within range. Probably about +3, +4 laps on that, which is cool. So car parts don't touch anything here. Everything is fine. There's no damage on any of these components. The only one that is wearing is the gearbox, which we would expect to see. Okay, so yeah, straight's the only element that has moved from bad to good, which is good. We can see we're still falling short in several areas. So interesting. Okay, wow, that's a real. Okay, so if we bring the toe out, excuse me, along with increasing tyre camber, we can probably get a good improvement here for oversteer, braking stability, cornering. Again, we're probably moving it in a better direction. Straights we need to be a little bit careful of because we don't want to impact things quite that much. Traction, I think we're happy to leave it there as we are with oversteer to see how much of an impact if we're going the right way or not. But one thing we do need to try and adjust is the straights because we're on good. I don't want to lose too much. So let's see then, moving it a bit further to the right with a bit... Is that a bit more? What was the previous value? 11. Highest confidence 11.5. So yeah, we've dropped it. If we drop it down half a degree, let's see if that gives us a little bit more. So it's going to take 4 minutes. Here we go. So if we literally go for a 3-lapper at the end, that might be our best bet. It's going to take 4 minutes, still half the time available. We'll get probably 2 of those laps in, maybe. Let's do that for that, and then let's see how Lando's final sector turns out on here. We might not get Lando out for another lap. Very good. Wow. Okay, good improvement there with Lando. Almost 2.5 tenths up. You don't learn anything about your settings this way though. It's based on how many laps they do on the settings. Yeah, so we'll get some out. What I'm trying to do is try and just push the track acclimatization up to 33% or more, because I want to try and hit 100% on that. We'll get a little bit from it, but we'll also be able to see, because I'll get Daniel just to basically do a push lap, fast lap at the end. If he improves over his current time, then that will give us some indication to say whether or not the setup has improved at all. And yeah, it is only P1, so we're still playing, and as we move into P2, we'll get a slightly better understanding as well going into that, whether or not the recent config changes might have improved confidence. But Daniel's is very low at the moment, so we haven't got too much to lose on that, which is good. Lando, we're gonna leave him out for another push lap. See if we get any improvement over this. P1 was player 1. No, not this time around. Here it means practice 1. We'll have practice 1, 2, and 3. Though to be fair, it is also used in other contexts as well, because P1 will also be position 1 in the race, for example. So yeah, I never really thought. To be fair, maybe the terminology has changed. When watching it on television, practice sessions are often referred to as free practice sessions, and I think possibly even in some of the F1 games, it's not P1; it's reflected as FP1. So maybe it should be FP1, right? I believe it's still referred to as. Oh, we'll find out. In fact, ignore that. I was watching the Sky coverage of it earlier, and they definitely referred to it as free practice 1 and free practice 2. So maybe that's something that we'll see Frontier correct in an update, because yeah, that I think you're right. That should actually be FP1, not P1, for sure. Quick, submit a bug. I don't understand how they can be unhappy with the car sat in pole position. Well, it's only practice, so it's difficult to know just how much may or may not change here, if anything does change at all between the AI mechanics from the driver perspective and the car setup perspective between practice and quali. If you look at it in real life, typically, even if you go fast in a practice session, that doesn't typically guarantee that you're going to be holding the same position in qualifying, and they often find quite a lot more time and time improvements in the quality setup. Now, a lot of that comes down to the fact that in practice sessions, the fastest times are often done when the cars are under more load, more weight, because they've got more fuel in the car because they're doing a longer practice run. And in the quality practice, they'll send them out with literally 3 or 4 laps worth of fuel, so that they're as light as possible and they'll go as quick as possible. So it'll be interesting. Write an angry email. Yeah. Bug, more like an insult. It's fine. We're all chill here. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, again, if we do get any laps from Daniel here, it'll be interesting to see, one, if he goes faster than Lando. If he does, by how much? And when we do get to quali, how far off the quali pace is he to what we do now. Because to be fair, that will give us quite a good indication of how we can use these practice sessions going forward. To get, again, kind of what I'm doing here is, you know, trying to simulate as close to a quali lap as possible. But is there also something in the AI that, you know, actually won't allow the full potential of the driver to be released or unlocked or be driven to the fastest time possible unless you're actually in the quali mode? We'll find out. But yeah, good. It worth knowing, and this is, again, nuances to the game that we'll just have to kind of pick up and learn as we go along. Once we do, though, it's really useful, you know, really valuable information to know, because it will change how I use these practice sessions going forwards to determine, you know, how far off the quali pace are we, or how far off the race pace might we be, and things like that. So yeah, all good stuff to learn and look at. So Danny's still reconfiguring. Lando's going faster still. So we'll see how much more over a 0.231 we are on this lap round. Do we have enough ERS to make it to the end? We will, just about. Let's ride on board with him for the last corner. Nice and neat. Stay away from the wall, Lando. Lovely. Tyre's getting a little warm. Not surprised. Right, he's actually heading into the garage, so he's ruined. He's ruined the lap, because we're not going to cross the line until now. So that's annoying. I hadn't counted his laps properly. But never mind. So we won't know. I'm going to work to the assumption that, let's see if we can see here. So yeah, I mean, he was going faster. So let's see. Let's take his fastest time from the lap before in Sector 3, and that gives us a general improvement of almost a tenth. About even, just a bit faster, and then 2 seconds there. So what was his overall? So in fact, we can just take it off of this. So it reckons we're probably going to add take another tenth off with that config. So there has been an improvement. Don't know what's going to happen in Sector 3. Maybe we'd have gone a bit faster, maybe we wouldn't have done. Still got an invalid configuration warning. So let's have a look and see. Ah, okay. Quite a good improvement, actually. So, much better from Lando there. Great on the straights. And good in both oversteer and in traction setup. Now, what will be interesting to see is, because the cars at the moment are running the same parts, does one setup, will it translate the same on both cars for both drivers? That's how it used to work in Motorsport Manager. And technically you could kind of surmise that technically, you know, if the car setup is set up, you know, well for one driver, technically, you know, it should perform similarly with another. Obviously not quite the same, because different drivers have different driving styles. To be fair, Daniel Ricciardo probably has one of the most probably one of the widest gaps in terms of setup and change configuration potential to his teammate, because he does have quite a different driving style. You know, he's known for being late on the brakes and for, you know, really pushing the car into braking zones and quite often getting his overtakes done there. So he's very good in low traction. So his traction setting, for example, may need to be different to give him a higher confidence setup. It'll be interesting to see if that is the case here or not. We shall see. Right, anyway, for Lando, I'm not entirely sure it's worth... I mean, we've got 7 minutes. We could see. See if we get them out for one. Car fault knowledge is improving nicely, though. Okay, so we're going to be nice and quick there. Car setup, let's see what we can change. So oversteer is good, so we don't want to move the straight stuff too much. Be careful here. Changing too much. Okay, let's go with that. It feels like we're, kind of just playing either side of where we could have the best setup, aiming for higher than 58%. Nice feature here is that we do have the option to revert to the highest confidence setup at any point if we do something really wrong. I seem to remember not having a similar feature in Motorsport Manager, at least to start with. And sometimes you could end up making the setup worse after a practice session and then not knowing what... If you didn't remember what you changed, it could be quite problematic. So let's see if we can get these changes done out the door. Get them out. Right, let's speed things up. Haven't got long to go. But again, for the McLarens to top the leaderboard in FP1, I feel like we're in a good spot. I feel like FP1 would always be a long run on the hard, FP2 medium, and soft runs on FP3, keeping the final setup. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see either how much more feedback or subsequent change we get from the different tiles and different runs. It's interesting that, I mean, looking at what the AI is doing, the AI has had a fairly kind of broad mix. We've gone for two fairly long stints, 15 laps on the soft and 15 laps on the medium, which has been somewhat replicated by the AI. The only thing that, again, based on the information we're given at the beginning of the session, that I'm keen to try out in the next session is probably to do the longest stint available possible on the hards, because looking at the tyre information there, the hards should be faster than the mediums overall. So it'll be interesting to see on a really long run what data we can get out of that. But it will be interesting. Again, as you say, doing final tweaks in free practice 3, I think is definitely a good idea for sure. Let's see. Get Danny out. And he's just behind Perez, I think. That's fine. So let's give him one conserve lap and we will push at the end of this lap. Lando's almost there. I'm not sure Lando's going to get out with a lap to go. We need at least a minute. Probably a minute 40. Minute 50 for Lando to get out ahead. Right, perfect timing. Let's get Lando out. Hopefully he's not going to come out in front of Ricciardo. Let's give... Unfortunately, I haven't got a lot of ERS. We're a bit slow on that. So let's give Danny the nod now. Or we could turn to do one more conservation lap. He'll have just enough. No, screw it. Let's do it because I don't want him to risk getting caught up in.
Use the pace now.
Confirm.
Where's... Come on, Lando. I need you to come up behind Ricciardo in front of Latifi. Or behind Latifi if you're going to come out. Or is he going to... Yes. Good boy, Lando. Right. Conserve, harvest.
Just be careful with this tyre.
Perfect. Oh, he's got a nice little gap in front of him, which is good. Okay. So personal best in Sector 1, but not improving overall on Lando. Interesting. Let's see how he runs. Also want to try and get 1 more % on track acclimatization if we can. I've loaded up the game and your radio calls are confusing me. I'm sorry, VR. Are you getting getting box? In. But you're out. You're not even out yet. What? Okay, so Daniel not improving over Lando with this setup. Improving on his best though. So certainly an improvement for Danny, but not Lando overall. But he just said, I hope we get Lando somewhere. I mean, that would be beautiful, if possible. If that were a thing. He's not managed to harvest much DRS as old Lando. He will into this braking zone. He'll get some more. Or he won't. Right, let's tell Lando to push and do a push lap.
If you can, push.
Yeah, confirm.
So Ricciardo did. That's interesting. So Ricciardo did manage to pit Lando right at the end. Less than a tenth at the end, but an improvement. So good in the first 2 sectors. Improvements on his...
Oh my god, it's broken! It's broken! And he's stalled.
I was just thinking, hang on, I've paused the game. Why is Lando coming over the radio? But it's the Lando DNF. What's that? I sound alert. I love all of the F1 sound alerts. They're brilliant. So yeah, a good turnout for Ricciardo. So let's drop him down because we might look to reuse those softs later in.
I am stupid. I am stupid.
Thanks, Tommy. They're brilliant. So good. Right, let's sit on board now with Lando. He's got some clean air in front of him. In front and behind. Let's see how he does.
What's this?
Love it. Thanks, BMK.
So Daniel, the session has now finished.
Okay, so Daniel heading to the garage. It's finished. Norris, I don't know what will happen. I don't know if he'll be allowed to do... Finishes that, I hope so.
And recharge on is okay, please.
Yeah, confirm.
In sector 2 because we haven't got the ERS, but faster in sector 1. So looks like maybe a slight improvement in his overall time. Sound alert echoing. Okay.
Okay, turn your pit lane.
Down into pit, so
Okay, copy.
Norris
Pit lane speed limiter. Pit lane speed
didn't
limiter.
improve in the last one. Interesting. So what did we get there? Ooh. Hang on. How is that not faster? Smidge slower there, but looks like we would have been on track for it. Yeah, I mean, we were very, very close. And we got a decent amount of laps in as well. Grid penalties? Anyone grid penalties? Doesn't look like it. Actually, Marvel, thank you very much for the follow. And the hydrate. Thank you. So I'm just having a look at that sound alerts echoing while we It's interesting. It is set to monitor only, mute output. Don't want to try one again. See if it duplicates. All good now. Okay. Because I can hear it okay, and I can see it coming through okay.
I can't, it's broken! It's broken!
Anti-stall.
Anti-stall! It's off. Fuck!
I feel for Lando in that. In fact, that was Spa 2 years ago? Or was it last year? Might have been last year. No, it must have been 2 years ago because it was rained off the year before, right? Last year. But yeah, it's just such a... Yeah, 2 years ago. No more echo. Cool. I did nothing other than opening settings and closing settings. I didn't change any settings, but it seems to have worked, so we'll just go with it. Right. So, okay, so Daniel just fell short in terms of track acclimatization percentage that we wanted, but that's okay. Lando got just above it, so that's fine. Confidence, I mean, current progress should be there, but let's continue on. Awesome, cool, thanks for confirming. Yeah, so that was the best on medium. Medium. Oh yeah, sorry, we sent Lando out on mediums the second zone. That's when he did his better lap and improved. That's fine. Okay. Carry on to practice 2 then. So how are we looking? Last year's rain, that was it, and people getting angry because they drove minimum laps at low speeds. Yeah, I know they've tweaked the ruling on it in terms of minimum amount of laps to get full points because the drivers equally weren't happy with how the split of points worked out. It was a shame that it happened the way it did, but as they kind of said, you know, the cars were out there on wet tyres, which is what they're designed to do in the wet. Now, either at that point you let them race, or you red flag the race at all. You know, getting them to go out behind the safety car, which is what they did in the end, was almost worse than just red flagging and abandoning it. But yeah, it was what it was. Well, again, to be fair, there is rain due for Sunday for the race, so it will be interesting. I think quali is going to be dry or dryish, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens on this Sunday. Don't know why, but your drivers' names make me think that it's Daniel's Demon, Prince, and Lando. Oh, right. On a racing team together. Well, it could well be. You never know. Secret identities. Secret lives. Right, this all looks good. Let's so we do have a little bit more knowledge in here. We're still unknown here. Compounds. I'd quite like to do a hard run with them, so I think we'll do a hard compound run with them. Can we can go further. Let's do 20 laps then, and let's see, because then we could always go into a short or slightly shorter but full 15 lap soft compound or medium compound at the end, although I've only got one left. That's fine. Let's try that. Let's try running that, and then we need some information here. They all look like they're in the right spots for these, so let's leave things where they are there, and let's go for it. We'll leave these options as they are. In fact, when we go out, we'll put them into conserve so that we take it long. Then the car reason I get I mean, Daniel hasn't spun out or driven the long way around the track to emulate a Demon F1 race yet. That's for sure. Right, we'll leave the same here because I think we're going to want to get as much info as possible. And again, we'll drop these down to start on. Let's go. This session.
Radio check, please, Lando.
Yeah, all good.
Track should be green.
Give the two drivers a little bit of space from one another, and then let's get them out. Let them warm up the tyres and then tell them to go for it. Okay, so these are going to be some kind of like long run race simulations. So the key thing here will be seeing where they come out middle end of this stint. Rather than overall speed, we want to see where they come out kind of average lap times and where they come in the leaderboard to see how the setup is currently running with overall pace. See, I'm scared that in FP1 I have K-Mag and Mick on P5, P7 beating a few better cars. Well, I mean, if you remember the beginning of the F1, like the beginning of this year's season, Haas had fantastic pace. It fell away as the season went on and as other teams adjusted and caught up. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see them higher up. I don't know if we can see the stats from. We probably can't. Can't reach P1 stats now. We'll have a look into this and see if Haas comparable on ours as well as the ours game. But yeah, I mean, I think that the thing to remember is that they've got the Ferrari engine in those Haas cars, haven't they? So I think they haven't. So yeah, could again, certainly at the start of the season they were fast, so maybe they'll hold true in the game as well. Right, and then Daniel should be coming around now as well, so let's just put him back onto a balanced and standard strategy, because that's obviously for the long runs, that's what we want to be doing. We don't need to worry about necessarily conserving in our practice stints just yet. Let's see. Obviously the timing screens are going to go purple again to start with because we're the first cars out there, so see how long we sit out here. What are the other cars running? So they're pretty much all doing soft stints at the moment, so we'll be out for longer, get some more data in off of this, and we'll see what data comes back. What are the times looking like? Okay, so as we would kind of expect, those on the soft tire running about 2 seconds faster overall on, I'm guessing, some push laps. Looking at the sector times, it's all fine. Locked up and trying to keep it steady. Okay. Where is Lando? 12. How are we looking on? So Lando's actually using...
I think there's been a lock-up. Let's take a closer look.
I love this.
Watch this. Picture. We're looking at Lando Norris. And yes, that's the lock-up.
He had the Alpine behind him, kind of adding a bit of pressure on. Taking out a track rubber for tyre runs every session.
They'll be questioning just what happened out there.
It's alright, fellas. It's alright. Just a long run. Okay, so interesting at the moment. Let's see if we've got any comparable tyre runs. So Ocon ahead of us. So Ocon is the one to look at. Also, yeah, Russell and Tsunoda when he comes out as well, because he's on the mediums. So how far off those guys are we? So not actually all that far off Russell long term. Probably about maybe 0.75 off. But considering the engine improvement there, it's kind of to be expected. And we're getting good, valuable data out of this by those things. Okay, so I'll tell you what we'll do next time around. We'll give each driver a push lap. We've obviously got more weight in the car for a 20 lap stint. Now these tyres should do 30 laps plus, 35 laps easy. So if we need to start on these tyres or switch these tyres after the mediums and need to push at all, it'd be good to know, you know, while we've still got plenty of rubber left, what on the tyres at least, what pace we could expect. So Lando's going to be the first up, so we'll give him full deploy, turn him to push, and attack on those tyres, and let's see what he can do. Daniel's coming around the final corner.
Maximum pace.
Yeah, all good.
Go
pace.
pace.
See how these
Okay,
lap times come down.
Use the overtake button.
Okay.
So Lando improving over previous runs, as is Daniel. Daniel's still slightly behind Lando, about 1/10 off. Okay, he's closed the gap in Sector 2, which is good. And what does Lando get on the final sector? Purple, and he goes fastest overall on the hard tyre. Okay, so Ricciardo third fastest overall. So that's interesting, really interesting to see. So what we'll do is we'll tell both drivers now to get them to harvest and then drop back. Fuel runs, and then it'll just pass the finish line as well, so let's get him to harvest and drop back into the rhythm there. So that's really interesting, because whilst the other teams haven't pushed, we know that at least if we need to attack on the hard compound tyre, providing that we've not got cars out in front of us on the softer tyre, or even the mediums for that matter, pushing at the same time, we still can provide a fairly competitive time in the kind of early to mid stages of the race while we've got more fuel on board, which is cool. Okay, let's put those things on a bit.
And then I'd like recharge button off, please. Recharge button off.
Recharge off, recharge off.
Yeah, confirm.
Kirk, the car feels pretty good to me. Excellent. So hopefully again some more configuration changes there that are now better aligned, better suited to Danny Rick, which is good. How many laps have we put in so far? 10. So we're halfway through our practice program at the moment, which is good. We could pull Daniel in. I don't know if that's going to lose us our data though. It might do. So you might want to leave him out. I'll leave him out because I'd be interested to see again, we'll do another push lap when we're closer to the end as well on both, and see how much more time we can take off that 131.
Okay, recharge
we
off.
were in the 130s
Okay, understood.
before, so it'd be good to see how much more we could take off of that. Bearing in mind the hard tyre is supposed to be faster than the mediums as well. And we've got plenty of softs to then run at the end of this section, at the end of this free practice 2 and throughout free practice 3, so that's fine. Let's see what we get to. In fact, 13 laps each. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to leave it on balance, but I'd like to see a lap time with an aggressive strat. I've just got a weird Google Dolphin ad. Nice. I don't think I've seen that one yet. What are we approaching? We're approaching, yeah, I mean 2 minutes, 2 hours 10, so there should be a 10-minute offset, and then it'll be 1 every 30 minutes, I believe, which is currently set up to do. What was the Dolphin ad about? BMK. Right, I don't want to deploy just yet. I'll wait until they're round on the next lap. I've done that at the wrong time, so let's... Lando's going to be round first, so let's... Leclerc with a 131.3 on softs. Interesting. Where's Lando? Lando's coming around now. People dressed as dolphins dancing to advertise Google. Just Google in general, Google search or Google phone or any Google services. Right, Lando's ready to go. Let's do one push on that with a deploy ARS. We'll leave fuel as is for now. Well, how bizarre. But that, you know, that'd be Google for you. It's quite busy out on track. Fortunately, Lando has got a big enough gap to the cars in front, and then Ricciardo's got a nice gap to Lando as well, and he's not, and Joe is not too close behind him in the Alfa Romeo. That wasn't one of our drivers, was it? Right, let's just check pace. How far off? Okay, so we're not massively off. So the lap before, we're on a 34 flat. 29.7, 28.7. Right, 34 flat, 29.7. Okay, so we're taking off about, what was that, 3/10 there. 39.3, there's another 3/10. Yeah, almost 4/10 there. Okay, so decent improvement on that. We'll let it play through for both drivers, showing similar results. Again,
Recharge on is good.
Okay, understood.
And we can have recharge on, please.
so they are on 15
confirm.
laps. That's right, so I need 2 more laps, then a push. Sorry, 3 more laps, then a push. Including the one they're on now. See how we go. Looking good overall. Track acclimatization's coming up nicely. General awareness of parts, car parts are looking good, and overall feedback is good. I didn't actually catch what Lando's. Oh, there we are. Setup confidence. So it actually tells underneath now. That's good to know. So, there we go. So we've actually had quite a significant improvement for both drivers. Ricciardo having the largest with setup confidence 74%. So we should be able to do some more fine-tuning for the second shorter soft run in the latter half of free practice 2. And then hopefully some final finessing to get it maybe up closer to 85, maybe even the 90s, low 90s. That would be quite cool. I think for Bahrain we had both drivers, I think Ricciardo was on maybe a 75% confidence, and Lando I think was close to 80, 85, which is I think why overall he performed better. So we're on 1 lap, so we need 1 more lap round, and then we will, well, need to see what we get from the harvesting. Okay, so I think we'll do 8. Yeah, so we'll be going on to lap 18. So at the end of lap 18, we need to do our push lap. So at the end of this lap. Danny's trying to stay ahead, really. Trying to push a bit on the fuel. Okay, Norris can attack on this now. Let's see what we can do with minimal fuel. Decent tyre wear. This is to try and simulate if we do start on the medium tyre first and switch to the hards. If we do some tyre saving in the middle of the race, so that we've got a bit more tyre wear left at the end, what what kind of the fastest speeds that we can be expecting if we save some ERS up and some fuel, so that we can do kind of a hard push at the end. What kind of lap times can we expect from this? Because this will help gauge, can we catch the car ahead, depending on their margin. So let's see. And then we'll switch Danny up as well. Boogie. Right, so let's watch timing screens on both and see where we get to. McLaren and Verstappen currently ahead. Both our drivers. And they are on the soft tyres as well, so we would expect them to be. Norris unfortunately has caught up to the back of Albon, who is actually slowing him down a bit. I'm in a bit of dirty air, yeah, a little bit of understeer there. Oversteer, rather. Now he comes in. Annoying. Okay. I think that's a small improvement for Norris. It isn't. It's actually slower than the lap before. Yeah, because we lost second and a half, if not a little bit more, in the last sector because of Albon. What's these? Yellow flags. It's amazing we've got access to all this data at the end. Oh, these are our yellow flags. Events, sorry, not these guys. So Daniel's now coming into the garage, as is Norris. So we did complete at the right time, which is good. This is going to be their last lap round. So Ricciardo actually made quite a significant improvement, almost 7/10 on the last lap, which is good. I would think for your full stream season, you manually run FP1, Sim FP2, and 3, then manual run for the qualifying race. Yeah, I mean, I'll see. I think my only concern with simulating too much of practice is that if we don't get too much improvement in the middle, because the team doesn't do a good enough job, then it may end up just kind of putting us in a bad spot for quali. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, again, as I get used to the game a bit more, we'll speed things up. But I mean, again, I'm in no rush to kind of blitz through it as such, and I appreciate it might be a bit slower watching to start with, but we'll see. We shall see. Right. Yeah, I mean, Danny had a really good run. Top the timing boards because of it. Yeah, oh, definitely. I mean, I'll do. I mean, I think with these they'll have to be slightly longer streams anyway. But if we aim for one race, you know, to cover one race off in the stream, then I think that's okay. And as we get to grips with more stuff, we'll be able to speed those bits up. So, if we're aiming for like 3.5 hours on average, then again at the moment it will be, we'll just need to speed up some of the practice sessions a little bit, or as you say, perhaps we don't need to simulate both, sorry, P2 and 3, maybe we just need to simulate one of them. Maybe that's not bad, maybe FP2 is not a bad shout to simulate, and then we can always make some fine tunings in FP3 if needed. Again, the other thing might be is if it simulates well for FP2, then we might not need to manually intervene for FP3, and we can just simulate both. So we'll see. We shall see. I do remember when I was playing Motorsport.
Yeah, confirm
Motorsport Manager.
Understood.
I would probably do like 2 races.
And just remind you, use the pit limiter in the pit
day
lane.
max if I was really invested in it all as such, but it does take some dedication. Right, we could go back onto these tyres because we don't use them a little each. Well, we've got plenty of spares. Screw it, let's go on to those. It's fine, car parts are fine. Right. What can we tweak? What can we tweak? So straights are in now optimal, so we don't want to move that out. Traction is great, but could be improved a bit more. Cornering good. Braking stability still bad, so we want to move braking stability to the left, I think. Try and get the straights back into optimal. I mean, it's okay because it's not moved off of that, so it should be okay in that optimal range. So that's great, because those bars will shrink down the more that we do. ADM pass forward for each players weekend. Oh, fantastic! I will have a look at it because I don't think I've played. It's for the newest one. they brought out. Was it last year they brought it out? Let's try that. And we don't need to run for 20 laps. Let's. Do 15 laps then. See if we can get track knowledge. So we've seen 6% on track kilometers, which would be fine for Norris. What's Age of Empires 4 on? Is it on Steam or Epic or? Probably it's not on Game Pass, or maybe it is on Game Pass. I haven't looked, to be fair. Okay, let's go for that. Confirm Orlando and Ricardo back in. Cool. Okay, so again, Ricardo good on the straights, great on traction, good on the rest. So that's quite a good improvement. It's on PC Game Pass still, yes. Oh, okay, cool. I must admit, I haven't really kept up to date with checking these. I still want to try out the new Microsoft Flight Simulator. I haven't tried that yet. It's been out for a while now. Ooh, excuse me. But I definitely want to try that. I've used Game Pass specifically for Grounded, and I need to have a look at other games that are on there. It's finding the time, especially with all these great F1 games that are currently coming out. It's fine. When the autumn and winter are here, we'll delve back into Game Pass and see what we can get. Right. Okay. So let's make some further little tweaks. Yeah, we'll do some small changes for Daniel. Again, see if we're going in the right direction or not. I don't want to change too much because we go the wrong way. We do have one more practice session to go. So we'll see how that runs out. Right, let's go for that and see what happens. But again, top of the field for Ricardo. Norris in P4, so doing quite nicely there. 6% off too. Oh damn! I think it's free on Epic. Sounds like one of their advertisement tattoo.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's up by quite a bit as well. Norris out, try and keep him in a bit clearer. We didn't manage it with Danny, I'm afraid. Why is Danny not changed tyre? Oh boy, okay, call him in. My bad, I must have not selected the
And just recharge off whenever's good.
Confirmed.
Just be careful with this tyre.
Yeah, confirmed.
what tyres everyone else on. So Verstappen's doing a hard stint test. Everyone else is soft. Why are you deploying, sir?
Recharge button on.
Understood.
Need another beverage. I'll have to go and get one in between P2 and P3. Maybe we should simulate P3. Maybe that's the one to do. Right. Select the right tyre. Leave that, leave that, leave that. And run plan is still 15 laps. Well, in actual fact, I could go and get that while I could leave this on normal speed. Go and get a drink now. I should have looked at the track before I sent Ricardo out. He's not going to get caught by Schumacher. No, that's fine. Okay. All good, and we are picking up nicely here. Okay, cool. I will go and grab a drink quickly then, and we'll be right back. Okay, how are we doing? Are both cars still running? Yes, good. Is the moth still there, or has it gone? I've not seen the moth in quite some time, so he could well have flown out the window again. He's not perched on the green screen anywhere. He's not in his hidey hole that he was in before, so we might be without moth now. Who knows? Right. How are we doing? let's have a look at the
Recharge
times.
off, recharge off.
Okay, understood.
And
Okay,
recharge
so
off is okay.
Confirm.
fairly consistent there, considering we've got more fuel on board. Those, how's Norris doing? Okay, a bit faster there, so maybe seeing an improvement in his setup as well. That's cool. Okay. We sent them out for another 15 laps. They'd done 20 already, so we're 5 laps in, so we've got 10 to go. Which we won't quite make with the time that is left. So we'll try and use up as much as possible. So let's tell them both to push on a bit because we've got plenty of fuel to use. And we'll do... Ricardo's coming up, so we'll tell him to do a push lap.
Understood.
With Daniel, we'll let Norris go round on this lap, and then we'll tell him to do the same. Daniel's got a bit more tyre left to use. So let's see how Daniel gets on. Norris is in traffic a little bit. Okay, Danny not making any improvements at this stage, which is interesting, on the soft tyre, but with a heavier load than the hard compound, with little to no, which we would kind of expect. Same with Lando. Okay, so let's go back to harvesting. Let's put it onto an aggressive push strategy and see what.
Okay, Daniel, recharge
on.
on. Understood.
So what did we have for those lap times? So Ricardo's last lap round was a 1. They just started again. So the last lap time round was a 1:31.3 when he was pushing. So 1:31. So we'll see what the lap 28 is for him on an aggressive strategy with with neutral ERS. Norris at 1:31. My competitor's spun, that's fine. So that'll hinder his lap. 1:31.3, 1:31.3.
We've just had a crash on the track. We can take a look now. Now we see the Williams here.
Oh, he just spun and lost it.
Thank goodness nobody else was involved.
No,
that
indeed,
was a
because
big
Lando
crash.
was right behind him, I think. Jolly good. So Lando's got Leclerc right behind him, and Ricardo's got a nice bit of space there. So that's fine. So we'll compare these lap times as they come around now for an aggressive push, rather than a full-out and all-out attack. Let's see. Yeah, so there's the negated lap for him from double waved yellows. Same for Lando. So we need one more lap from them both. So lap 29. Double wave yellows impacting him again on that one. Okay, so let's do a deployment then with that and see what we get to with this. We'll do the same with Ricardo. He's not fully charged. We can deploy 50%.
Okay, use deploy
to get him round the lap.
Understood.
So yeah, it'll be lap 30 that we'll be testing for on these, just to see how. And obviously you know, the more we're pushing, the better we are, because we're losing weight in the car all the time by burning more fuel. And Norris coming around now. What is lap time going to be? Had that wave yellows in, but 1:31.8. Okay, so about half a second off. And we'll take some of that into consideration for double wave yellows again. What about Ricardo? It's just coming around the final corner now. I can see just around the behind this one. Let's see. .31.5, which is better.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Okay, understood.
See if we can fit one more.
Just be careful with this tyre.
Confirm.
One room from both of them.
Big lifts.
Confirm.
And recharge on, recharge on.
Confirm.
Let's do one final push. Danny, and then we'll do the same with Norris on the next one, and then bring them both in, see if we can get the data in. A lap or two early. That's what we want. Or the end of the session, just to see where we're at with it all. Okay, so Daniel, is he the same time as the leader? Christ. How's Lando doing? Still down on his best. And they're heading to garage now as well. Guessing because he did one extra lap, didn't he? So we're now at max for that, which is fine. Okay, cool. So good news is that we have continued to improve the driver setup for Lando. We don't need to go back out again for Lando. I think 87% is really good. So that's fine. See what Daniel has on this. Certainly much better sessions, much more competitive info. What did Daniel get? Interesting. So we actually dropped off the end there with Daniel. So the previous best, we know we need to move in the other direction. For Daniel, so we'll have to sort that in P3. That's to the end.
Well done, mate. Great day.
We will, yeah, I think, though, generally that's pretty damn positive. So we'll simulate. I think we'll simulate FP3 and see how that looks, and then we'll try and get into quali and the race. Cars come back in. Come on. Interesting, Verstappen actually then pulling off a fastest lap. Oh, we were at 0.001 off of Verstappen, which is pretty impressive, on the hard tyre as well. So matching him there. Interesting that, and again, interesting that the hard tyre outperformed the soft there as well. Certainly came back. Yeah, 1/1000th of a second off. So pretty damn close. So yeah, really, really interesting actually. To see how that's played out. We'll have to see how that translates potentially to qualifying.
After a day of free practice yesterday, we wrap up with a third and final session before moving on.
Okay. What is the lap record then? The lap record is a 30.7. Let's simulate this session then and see how we do towards the end of it into qualifying. Christ, so Charles Leclerc sets a new fastest. Or that won't be, will it? Because it's the fastest lap in the race, not in practice. But going very fast. Lando doing okay, Ricardo okay. So we get an improvement for track climb elevation reaches 100%, which is great. Car park knowledge is almost at 100%, which is great. And confidence nice and high. So pretty pleased with that. Jolly good. Let's do a quali. Good. I don't think we're not gonna change anything more now. That's fine. We've got two. Interesting. Yeah, we've only got two softs. Okay, well, we'll start on the slightly used compound and try and set a single flying lap there for Daniel. For Lando, we're going to do the same and see if we can get in, at least save tyres, see if we can get out and do a single flying lap. We'll go nice and early in case we need to come back in, either switch on to new, see if we can get into Q2, and then we'll have plenty of tyre range to try. Yeah. So we want to save the mediums for Q2, really, I think. So let's go with that. So where do we get to with Lando? Great, and one good. Pretty done. Yeah. then. Right, manage qualifying. Let's see where we get to with this.
Radio check.
Yeah, I'm ready to check, all good.
Track should be green now.
Yeah, we'll get Lando up straight away. Give him a few seconds head start and send out Danny. And I'm happy with them using automatic mode for the race, for the quali. Certainly for now, they know what they're doing. Alrighty. There we go. Hopefully we won't have too much traffic. Get on board here with Lando and see how we do. They're a scrub set of softs, but I think 33.3, it's a good start. How's Danny looking? .338, so not far off Lando. Please don't hold stop signs. Okay, good. Another purple middle sector. Good there. How's Ricciardo doing? That's fine. Norris coming through now onto the last corner, turn 27, and onto the start finish straight. Flat out across the line. Right, he has lost. That's a 130.6. He's still purple in sectors 2 and 3. Pipped in sector 1. Okay, Ricciardo coming behind at 0.167, so not a bad shout at all. Let's see what the Ferrari times look like. What the gap is. So Stroll coming in 2.3 seconds slower. So good for us. Oh, interesting. Leclerc's in the pits. Sainz of 32.8 in sector 1. He's on his flying lap now, so yes, Ferraris are fast. He's going to meet some traffic though, so we might be saved by the back markers. Yeah, over half a second slower in sector 2, which is going to bring him fairly close to Lando at the end, depending on how this exit outs. Oh wow, Joe pipped us. Sainz, yeah, can't improve. He's
Landing lane.
Yeah, quite a bit off.
Okay, understood.
That's fine. I'm pretty damn happy with that.
Okay, pit lane.
And those are on some scrub tyres. So
Copy.
hopefully, yeah, I mean we're safe. This is quite a cool stat. I quite enjoyed this. How many seconds we're safe by for this qualifying session. So I mean, damn, Joe in the Alfa Romeo, he absolute mega lap. Fine, I'm not going to make any changes at this rate. If we don't need to use up any new tyres just yet, then I'll be quite happy. So yeah, look, as you had BR, we've got old K-Mag up in 6th in Q1 at the moment. Mick a little bit further down the order, but Alonso having a storming lap. Christ, behind Russell and Perez. 6th and 7th though. It's a nice strong position for us to be in to get through into Q2. Okay, moving down the order a little bit now. Leclerc out, setting fastest laps there. Overall, we're what about 1.5 seconds off the pace. Currently about 400th of a second off of Alpine, Alonso and Alpine, and then 200ths off Ocon. So we're, again, Alpine being a kind of target for us is quite good. I don't feel like we need to go out again. This could be a bit of a risk, but we'll see. I'd rather save the tyres for the next round through if we can. We'll see if this pays off. It's too late now anyway, so.
Okay, Lando, that is the end of the session.
I think we're safe. Unless the likes of Gasly, Vettel. Christ, Sainz in 13th. Sainz needs a mega lap. But he got held up, didn't he? So yeah, I mean, unless we're gonna lose half of a second to a second on some of these, then we're gonna be alright. What's happened to Gasly? Oh, it's driver at risk. That's what it's against. Alright, 11th and 12th. It's looking good so far. We only need to worry about either Schumacher or Latifi doing better than us, otherwise we're safe. And Latifi... So Schumacher's coming around the last corner now, as is Latifi, so let's just see. Not expecting there to be any issues. No, there we go. We are safely through into Q2. Thanks, BMK. We made it through nicely. Christ, look at that, a 129 flat almost from Charles Leclerc. So we're going to need to really have a hope that the extra little bit of tyre grip on brand new softs is going to through. But we want to put in a lap really on the mediums. So I think we'll have to go out on the mediums first. That's the ideal starting compound for us. Or is it worth us? I don't know, is it worth us going out and setting a banker lap with a new pair of softs and then a pair of mediums? No, I think let's just go for this, and then let's hope for the best.
Radio check.
Yep, radio is good, drink's good.
Right, we'll send Danny out first, and then we'll hold Lando back a little bit. See if we can get some rubber down on the track. Let's see what Danny can do. Lando out now. Okay, Ricciardo half a second off of Ocon. Almost a second off the lead with Russell. It's fine. Bring Ricardo back in, reconfigure him onto a set of softs, ready to go should we need to. I don't want to change anything there. And they don't. That's not great. We got held up there, didn't we? I'm gonna have to send Lando back out again, always straight out. Crap. Yeah. Not good. Finished P12 and P14 in the race, both set up to 86% and qualified at around them positions too, so not bad for the first race. Excellent! Nicely done, BR. That was in Bahrain, yeah? Clear track. Let's get Norris straight out. I don't know why. I think this glitch because it's taken 4 minutes for Ricardo to go back out, and he didn't have anything to change. But I noticed that yesterday. Whenever I did Bahrain, right? Send Ricardo out. I'd rather have them have a clear track. Right, getting a push in. So yeah, in Bahrain, Perez and Gasly DNF with a big crash. Oh wow, but no red flag. Wow. So I've not actually had a crash in the race yet. In fact, that crash we had earlier with Albon was the first I've seen of any kind of race impact like that. Or it's not race impact, but a practice session impact. I had a couple of spin outs, but they kept going. I think I had 2 DNFs in mine, but no kind of contact. That's good going. Nice. Do you think that will create new team DLC like Max Woolley? So my understanding is that there's no intent to add like a custom team or like a new team entrant in this year's version of F1 Manager. What they haven't ruled it out, and they have certainly alluded to the fact that it's something that they would like to do in the future. And I think, especially with the news today that Audi will be entering Formula 1 in 2026, although I believe they're entering as a power unit manufacturer rather than a dedicated team. But I think they've said multiple times they're prepared to go either way. But we'll see, because again, at the moment, that would leave that would create an 11th team on the grid. But I think they're aiming to just be power unit manufacturers for the time being. But sorry, regardless of all that, I think the understanding is that the likelihood is we may see a My Team mode in F1 Manager 2023. Or if we don't see it with that launch, it may then become DLC for F1 2023 at some point. But I believe this year's game is probably not to receive any DLC. Other than maybe... See, I don't even think you could say like track updates, because that would have to kind of come in as general updates to the game. So I think it's unlikely we'll see any general DLC this year. Maybe you'll get some like voice packs or something, or additional radio messages. Excuse me. Or additional radio messages or something like that. But I think this year it will probably be fairly limited in terms of new content coming in or new game modes coming in. They're going to use this year as a test bed to kind of really fine-tune the game, get feedback from the kind of community and people playing the game in terms of what they'd like to see going forwards. I think they already know that people would like to have some form of co-op or multiplayer mode in it, would like to have control over my team or even my drivers, you know, creating, you know, unique drivers to manage in the game. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, but I don't think we'll see any kind of new content. It's difficult because what new content can you really add when it's trying to simulate, at least to start with, the best reflection of real life F1 as possible. But we'll see. I mean, the other thing is, they've kind of alluded to the general evolution of the game and seasons over time. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, what happens over time, you know, with driver retirements and new drivers coming up from F2 that you can scout and things like that. Whether or not we'll see any kind of, you know, and again, you'll have a voting element to do with like rule changes that you'll be able to vote on and veto. So off the back of that, they may end up adding in new tracks or historic tracks that could be added in, that you could then vote to add back into the circuit train or extend. You know, you could add new tracks without having to remove any. Maybe that's something that the game will do naturally over time. Maybe it's something that they'll add in via DLC, but I think they probably have to be fairly careful about what they add in at this stage, or what they could potentially add in as new content, because again, it's all very much, you know, new ground for them to kind of look at and see, well, what do people actually want to be able to do as well. Equally, you know, the other thing is that they may just go, actually, we're just going to open up to Steam Workshop like modding support and just let it run like that. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Again, it's going to be a great game. I'm very looking forward to playing, you know, to playing more of it, and seeing what they take forward from this, and what they tweak and change for next year's version of the game. Right, please no one come out before the guys can do their push laps. Stay where you are, stay where you are, stay where you are. They need to come out soon, so Ricciardo could get caught here, which would be unfortunate. If you time it just right. How's Norris doing? 33.2. I don't think we're going to be fast enough. Oh, is he going to get caught? He is. Bollocks. Sorry, Danny. Might just be a big enough gap. Norris needs a pretty stellar kick-ass lap here. And we got it. Just. So Norris had a pretty storming lap actually. A 1:30.5. 1 second off the leaders. So Norris might get through. We need Danny to really get in a good lap here, but he's gonna struggle, I think, with this traffic. Out of the way, please, Red Bull. I probably should have sent them out with to do 2 flying laps. That would have been more sensible. So how come there's only 15 drivers when there's 2 per team? So in qualifying in Formula 1 over a standard race weekend, we'll ignore what happens with the sprint race, but over a standard race weekend you have 3 phases of qualifying. In the first qualifying, Q1, all 20 drivers, so 2 per team of the 10 teams, go out to set the fastest lap. Of those 20 drivers, only the 15 fastest drivers go through. So it's a knockout process, but only the 15 fastest drivers, so the 5 slowest are eliminated. 15 fastest go through to Q2. So you will get scenarios where only one driver from a team goes through. So in this scenario, it was AlphaTauri. So only Gasly from AlphaTauri went through. So Yuki Tsunoda was knocked out in Q1. From Q2, it's the top 10 drivers that go through to Q3. You'll also notice that Q1 has I believe it's a 20-minute timer for qualifying. Q2 has, I think it's 15. It's either 15 minutes or 17 minutes. And Q3 has 10 minutes. Where you finish in any of those qualifying sessions, where you finish, where you get knocked out in Q1 or Q2 determines your qualifying position. So if things stay as they are at the moment, Ricciardo would start in position 13 on the grid. However, going through into, if you proceed on from Q1 to Q2 and from Q2 to Q3, your starting grid position is your starting grid position is determined by the order you finish in Q3 only. So it doesn't matter that Norris is qualified for Q2 in 8th. If he then went on to set a faster time in Q3 that landed him in, say, 6th position, he would start 6th. 15 minutes for Q2, 12 minutes for Q3, because they've changed it all now. But yeah, essentially over. No, it's not. That's not a problem at all. Happy to answer any F1 related questions that I happen to know the answer for. I'll Google it if I don't. How's Danny doing? Come on. He's too slow. That's miles off. Okay, so as things stand. Oh! Squeezed out by Gasly. As things stand, we're looking like hopefully Norris will go through to Q1 to Q3. Sorry, we're going to lose Ricciardo though, unfortunately. But it's okay. If Norris does get through to Q3, we're guaranteed 10th place minimum. So we will meet our qualifying objective, and we'll actually meet several of our sponsorship objectives as well, which is cool. And here we are, so we're coming round now.
Okay, Lando,
at the end of the session. So Lando has now finished, so it's all up to the other drivers. So we've got K-Mag coming round now. Ideally is not going to be quicker. We were faster by just over 100. He does go faster, right. Okay, so Perez now in the chopping block. But Hamilton and Perez just about to cross the line. Where does Perez come? Yeah, Perez improves and goes fastest overall. So Norris is now in the chopping block. So we've got to hope that Gasly, Bottas... bollocks. Bottas had a mega lap and has pushed us down. So neither McLaren actually going to qualify in going to go through to Q3. However, depending on where Schumacher comes through now, stays where things are.
Daniel, pit lane.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to start P13, P15 for the race. Not horrific. To be fair, we know the McLaren not the fastest on the softer tyres, actually faster on the harder compounds. So maybe again we can try and make some positions up.
So there's electricity in the air, but there's no surprises in that. It's race day.
In the race.
McLaren did a decent job during qualifying. This is a solid grid position, and it certainly has the potential to lead to good race results. AlphaTauri's qualifying results were in line with the targets set out for the team. They certainly have the potential to achieve a good result here today.
As is that.
And we've got a clear night here beneath a starry sky. If the weather holds steady, we should be in for a spectacular race indeed.
Fingers crossed.
Well, the streets of Jeddah are abuzz, and the teams are nearly ready for the start of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
Righty, let's see what we can do then. So, yes, I mean, we topped the leaderboard in Q1. I mean, in P1 rather. You see, look, we were only marginally quicker in qualifying in the end. Yeah, considering there's a qualifying spec. So that does tell me that what we were doing here is actually probably fairly accurate to qualifying pace in terms of testing. Interestingly enough, though, Danny in qualifying on the soft compound tyres got a 138 in P. 138. What was it? 138.29. So almost literally hundredths of a second off, pretty much. That's right. Doesn't practice and qualifying cost more than racing money? So it can. However, because this is an interesting one. So I'm trying to remember which year it was. It was back in the 1970s, 1980s. A couple of teams basically refused to take part in practice and did the bare minimum in qualifying as a cost-saving method. Specifically, to try and save the team money, ready for the race. However, the other team, because that was done a couple of times, the other team said, well, that's unfair because we're having to go out and, rightly so, practice sessions are an hour long each. So that's 3 additional hours that you're running the engine, the gearbox, and obviously in the modern Formula 1 cars, the ERS system as well, the energy recovery system, and all sorts. And they wear over time. And the teams are limited to a certain number of components, and the rules have changed over the years, but it's a similar principle. New engines, new gearboxes, all cost money, and especially if you're coming towards the end of the season, you want to save that as much as possible. You will see some teams towards the end of seasons, or even earlier in the season, running significantly less practice laps than other teams, in order to save money and in order to reduce the wear on their car components. So it is a requirement, I think, unless there's a very, very specific issue with the car that prevents it from running at all, a technical issue that has to be disclosed to the FIA. All cars must complete at least 1 lap, I believe, or must at least exit and enter and complete at least 1 kind of proper practice lap. Basically to stop teams just going, no, don't want to do it. But it is a risk. The other aspect that's kind of come in, and we saw it towards the beginning of the stream and the beginning of the game when we were looking at the finances. In the modern F1 era, there are now cost caps in place. So, and again, this has been done to help equalise the playing field a little bit in terms of teams like Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull, who much larger teams, organisations behind them, and have other revenue streams coming in to support their team, from basically just going away and spending somewhat near unlimited funds on developing the car, replacing components on the car, whatever, which can't be replicated in the same amount or volume by the teams on the lower end, the likes of Williams, the likes of Haas, the likes of, well, not Aston Martin, because Aston Martin have got plenty of money, but all the gear, no idea type approach, really. But yes, it would be better in real life to potentially skip some of these. However, in order to level the playing field, it's deemed that there's a minimum number of laps that a car should complete, a driver should complete, unless there is a very specific reason not to. And again, even things like, oh, well, the driver's ill. That's why you have a reserve driver who needs to be present and correct at all race weekend events in case they need to take over from one of the primary drivers. Okay. Interesting. Oh no, we haven't set a strategy yet, I was going to say. I'm very tempted, seeing as we're starting lower down the field, to start on the harder compound. Bide our time. Try and make up some time towards the end of the stint. If we can preserve the tyres a little bit. To then go onto the mediums at the end. That said, I almost feel like it might be better to do it the other way around and go medium to hard, because the hard is technically the faster tyre. Maybe I'll split the strategy. Okay, let's put Ricciardo on plan B, which gives us plenty of overhead at the end. And then I think what we'll do is we'll put Lando on medium to hard. And we'll see, yeah, we'll see how Ricciardo does. If there's a safety car. If there's a safety car in the first 15 laps, we'll switch to the mediums with the aim to go soft at the end. So it'll be an inverse plan C. I don't want to change the pace, I don't think, on that. You reckon both medium to hard, check the wear and pit one lap earlier? I'm just trying to gauge whether or not to give Ricciardo potentially a chance to come up. Although Ricciardo would probably benefit from going medium hard, and but the medium's the slower tyre. No, we're gonna split it. We're gonna split it and risk it. Let's put them on. I'm not gonna underfuel the car at this point either. Okay, and then Lando will put on the preferred strategy, which is plan A. We're going to have plenty of tyre left for that. So I think what we'll do is we'll tell Lando that... See, we're not going to run... Yeah, we don't want to dip below. We should have a little extra, so if we can go to lap 20 on the mediums with a slight push. Let's try that then for Lando. Make sure he's on those. You reckon go hard to soft? I wonder how long can we... Problem is, I don't know if we can extend. So we could do that. going to require an awful lot of tyre management or non-existent. We could try it. We could risk it. Just there's going to be no overlap at the end. No real room to push. And the delta's lower, yeah. I tell you what, we'll leave him on plan B. We'll have a look and see if we can... I tell you what, I will put him onto... I'll see if we can do 2 extra laps, or is it 1 extra lap? With a slightly slower pace on the hard compound to start, and have more of the medium tyre to switch onto at the end. Depending on how we're doing, if we can extend out into, say, lap 35 or 6, we might be able to switch to the hard, to the softs right at the end. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Do a Ferrari and have the full alphabet plan. Yeah, I mean, might as well just stick them on the wets. Did I save that? I didn't. Yeah, and then we should be able to push there. Which brings us in only slightly over. So let's try that. Okay, let's see what happens. Here we go. Here we go.
It looks like clear weather tonight for this race, with the drivers now just taking position on the grid. And there is Lando Norris. With their starting position in the back 10,
Lando.
They'll have their work cut out for them. And behind them, it's Ricciardo. They'll be starting the race from the bottom half of the grid, so there's a fair bit of ground to make up. Will their hard work pay off today? We're now moments away from this, the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go!
Lando's lost out one position to the Haas, but he's on the inside now.
That's a new race position for Haas.
It is. Norris can come back.
You can use overtake there if you need it.
Confirm.
Use overtake
as well.
Okay.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we can afford to be a little bit more aggressive with Lando on his tyres at the start of the race, and they are fully fueled, so we will save a bit of fuel in the latter phases. Let's see what these guys can do. Annoying, both Hasses got past. Both of them having a good run. Lando going for the dive bomb down the inside. Beautiful. Hangs the Haas out to drive. The Haas is coming back. Oh, he's squeezed him out. Mick's had to drop right back.
Okay, mate. Good job.
Actually, he's dropped back into the path of Gasly.
McLaren gain a position.
And now Ricciardo's closed right up to the back of these two. Fortunately, Tsunoda rather hadn't blocked him off enough for us to try sweeping around the outside for both of them. That's alright. Got balance there. Come on, we can do some tyre saving towards the end of the stint if we need to. We'll leave things as are for now. Try and keep in with them. Right. It's Magnussen in front. We've locked up.
Sounds like someone's locked up. Let's have a look.
Good old Latifi locking
We're
up.
watching Nicholas Latifi.
Right at the back.
Yes, there. That's the lock-up.
Lovely stuff. Keep well away from us, please. Still on target with Lando.
So, recharge on.
Yeah, confirm.
Slow things down a little bit. Does Latifi lock up often? In this game, it seems like it. To be fair, he's not had the best couple of seasons in F1. When he first started, he was locking up a fair bit, but he seems to be doing a bit better. He's more consistent, but he's consistently slow. But he's in a Williams, which is a slower car. Although that said, Albon's had some better race results more recently, so you know it's feels like driver ability more than anything else. Seems like, you know, Latifi's a nice guy, but arguably is he necessarily the best driver for that seat at Williams? Possibly not.
Recharge on. Okay.
Try and get past.
Okay. Push. Okay.
Come on, Lando. Where's the dive bomb down the inside like last time?
Overtake available if needed.
Okay. Yeah, confirm.
Oh, Daniel's gaining. Go on. Pull to the inside. Inside. Ah. Is everyone on? We could really do with getting past both these two medium runners, but again, the medium is not the fastest tyre. The hard tyre is. Only so that if we were up into a couple more positions, because we have to pit sooner. But we're closer now.
Stay close.
Yeah, confirm.
Oh, around the outside. Oh! Oh, Lando, unlucky.
Just be careful with this tyre.
Yeah, go.
Maximum pace.
Ricciardo to Williams.
Confirm.
Yeah, I mean,
and save fuel from now, please. Save fuel from now.
It'd be interesting because again, it just depends how much of a shake-up can they manage at Williams. You know, Latifi brings in an awful lot of money, because effectively he's paid for his seat. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Williams would move away from him. Oh, Daniel.
Understood.
Let's take a look at the replay. Daniel Ricciardo involved here.
Plonker.
Going wide
Why
like
did you
that
then just run off like that? You could have come
valuable
round.
time.
Well, not just valuable time. We're at the back of the
And that's
grid.
the lock-up. Let's see what happened there.
Well, that must be the same
Daniel Ricciardo
one.
involved here.
Yeah.
And there's the lock-up. It all.
Oh, Daniel.
Okay, buddy, recharge on.
Understood.
Okay, it's going to be a long, slow race for you, my friend, I'm afraid. Problem is, with him starting on the hard, I can't really afford to bring him in early because he'll have to go to a two-stop. But I don't think we've got any more hard tyres to go to, so he'd have to go medium, or medium soft, and I just don't think he'd get the life out of it. We're only 6 laps into the race. Come on, Norris. Come on, you've got him hit. Oh, pulled out a bit early maybe, but...
And recharge on is okay, please.
Confirm.
Okay, Lando, nice job.
Try and get a gap away from Magnussen then. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, it'd be an awful shame to lose Ricciardo from F1 at this point, I think, in his career. I think there's still more for him to give, but he's just not found the right team to do that with him yet. And you know, he's very much developed his own driving style over these years, and that's the driving style that he took to Renault and to McLaren, and it hasn't worked out in those cars for him. And you can't say it's all the car's fault, because his teammate at McLaren in Lando Norris has outperformed him there. We're going to get overtaken if we're not careful. Bloody hell, that pass is... pushing like a mother trucker.
Big lift.
Confirm.
And recharge off.
Yep.
Ricciardo bring that gap down. Really. Oh, starting to now, okay.
Recharge off.
Cheers.
I thought I'd do too much because I need him to go long. I mean, the only thing now is to potentially reduce his pace or hold him on standard, see how we are around lap 20, and then potentially go into some light or conservative tyre saving to try and extend this out and then go onto the softs at the end rather than the mediums. Let's leave Daniel alone and see what we can do. He is gaining on the Williams slowly. How's Norris doing? He's still there with Magnussen. I mean, if Norris is gonna burn through his tyres, now is the time to do it. So. And still push as well. What is better? Go all out speed and attack slow and steady or balanced. So, in terms of these commands for pace, the biggest impact that those commands will have is on the amount of tyre wear, and we've got our projected.
And then they're like recharge button off, please. Recharge button.
Excuse me. We've got our projected or our
confirm.
Our strategy our tyre strategy and our pit stop strategy outlined here above. So we're aiming for basically around lap 18, 19 to switch from these medium compound tyres onto the hard compound tyres. Now, usually the mediums would be faster than the hard compound tyres. However, at this track, it's actually the other way around. That said, you have to use a minimum of 2 different tyre compounds if the race starts under in dry conditions. If it starts in wet conditions, then yeah, all bets are off essentially because we start in a wet weather scenario. That said, we've got, as you'll see from the graph, the white line, the separator line here, with the white transparency through it, or opacity through it, is critical line. Basically, tyres dipping below that will be subject to potentially tyre failure. So you want to stay above that ideally. You can push through it, but you'll be slower. Less tyre, less grip, less overspeed. So when we're using these pace commands, we can see in our 2 columns here. First column is lap time. So, and the 2 green arrows pointing down is a reduction in lap time, which means faster overall laps. However, we've got 2 red chevrons pointing up because it's more tyre expenditure per lap. So at cost of tyre wear per lap, we can tell Lando to attack. Which is what he's doing at the moment, and Magnussen is doing a great job. What we can check though, I mean, Magnussen must be defending like crazy. His tyre wear is very much on point, and we've been pushing with Ricciardo earlier, and he's at a lower wear, and for that he did lock up, so that will have an impact. But and then things like fuel, again, this same principle as tyres, but we're not allowed to refuel under race conditions in Formula 1 anymore. So again, you can see we've got no point at where the line of change will go up because we're not adding any fuel to the car. So we have to manage that across the course of the race and see how we go, really. Although I'm not sure this is working the right way around because this seems to be going up despite us being on the push command. I'm trying to overtake. See, now it's going down the other way. So it feels like something isn't quite right there, but... yeah, something's definitely inverted there, or not quite right there, but never mind. Night time, have a good evening. Thanks for tuning in, and hope you have a good weekend, and no doubt speak to you over the course of the weekend at some point, I'm sure. Imagine if he stayed at Red Bull when it changed. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so personally, I still feel like Daniel Ricciardo's chances of winning regular races and winning, a driver's championship when we've overtaken Albon. Nicely done. Nicely done, Danny Rick.
Good move.
And we're on target tyre wear wise. Excellent, good lads. Can afford to push a little bit. See, Danny Rick's one goes the right
with
way.
A great overtake.
Let's have a look at that overtake.
Let's take a closer look. Now, just
but yeah, I feel like
McLaren.
That was a backwards move for him when he went from Red Bull to Renault. I think it went the other way slightly when he went to McLaren because you could see that
their way through. Excellent work.
McLaren, whilst they had their problems initially, were showing promise with what Lando was being able to achieve. But yeah, it just feels like he's not been able to extract the most out of the car. they've not been able to extract the most out of him potentially with his years of experience and previous wins and history as well. So yeah, it'd be difficult. I think if he went to a team like Williams, that's basically good night for him. He would be he would be doing that at cost of any potential chance of a world championship or points or podium places, I think. Interesting, Ocon into the pits. What tyre was he on? Oh, and Tsunoda. Christ, their tyres must have gone through quickly. I mean, Vettel's on the soft, so maybe it's the soft runners. Oh, and he's got past...
McLaren have got some momentum going. Here's the replay.
I didn't see that at all.
Watch this. We're looking at Lando Norris.
So he overtook someone in the pit lane and he just got a good DRS drag. So Magnussen has now probably had to back off a little bit.
And they're
probably
pushing
been
on,
using up.
gaining.
He's probably had to use too much.
Tsunoda also
not really. Right, we'll tie us. Let's try and push up a little bit.
Let's see what pace you can do.
Understood.
Use overtake.
We can catch Stroll.
Understood.
Where's Ocon? Wait for Danny to come around. He's a little ways up the road. Right, Danny's now in front of Stroll, which is great.
McLaren gain a position. Let's have a look.
Look at that.
Daniel Ricciardo involved here.
Oh, lovely. Held on to the inside, went to the outside, back to the inside again. Lovely control. Just squeezed out.
And there they go,
Stroll.
moving up a position in the pack.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see Danny stay in Formula One.
The team.
I think it would be incredibly difficult for him to have any real lasting impact in the sport, though, if he drops to a lower team like Haas or Williams at this point. But whether or not he could even go back to Alpine, formerly Renault, I don't know. There's also no space currently at teams like any of the higher up teams, Ferrari or Mercedes or Red Bull. I think unlikely he'd go to AlphaTauri, but potentially, I guess. Unlikely to go to Alfa Romeo. He likes Alfa Romeo as well. Their drivers are pretty much locked in. The only unknown is, I think Haas have said they're not they haven't yet confirmed they're renewing Mick Schumacher's contract. So technically there might be a spot there, but yeah.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Yep, understood.
Okay, Gasly's 5.8 seconds ahead. He's on the medium tyre like we are. He's going to go longer, isn't he? Oof. Magnussen is pushing. Right, starting to dip underneath. Let's drop down to...
Just be careful with this tyre.
Confirmed.
Got to try and stick with Magnussen, Lando if you can.
Press overtake.
Yeah, confirmed.
And recharge on, recharge on.
Understood.
Right, let's bring things forward a smidge. Go on, Lando. We can afford to use up the tyre.
Let's have 100% pace. 100% pace.
Copper.
Okay, mate. Nice work.
And McLaren with a great overtake.
Right, we need to do a bit of tyre saving now.
You can defend against that.
Understood.
I mean, the good news is all the time Magnussen
And we can
is
have
held up
recharge
with us
on, please.
fighting. You know, Ricciardo is slowly creeping up on him, and the car ahead. That said, you know, Lando's not able to pull away, so he's not able to attack Gasly. Now we are technically gaining a little bit on Gasly. We've brought the time down by maybe half a second or so over the last 4 laps. Not ideal overall, where we'd want to be. It'd be nice to get into the points before we have to make the switch. We're roughly in line with the other midfield medium runners. Oh, we had a crash on the track, have we? Pitting this lap. Red flag! Ooh, interesting. Interesting. This could shake things up nicely. Okay, let's see what happens here, because I've not seen a red flag scenario.
We can take a look now.
Crashed. Yeah,
now let's watch this. The
oh, bloody hell.
involved in
I mean, he
one.
slid pretty much all the way down the track. He's already lost his front wing, so he must have clipped
the crash.
Clipped the barrier at some point earlier, but
the team are really disappointed with that. Let's hope it doesn't set them back too badly.
This will change things around a bit. Intriguing, intriguing. So we've got 20 seconds. 20 seconds, 20 minutes. Continue. Neither of us have retired, which is good. Okay, right. So, Daniel was effectively halfway through his hard compound strategy. There's no benefit to us not changing tyres at this point. Annoyingly, we don't have any hard compound tyres to switch to and extend the stint on, and then do like a super quick soft at the end. Softs are gonna bring our lap time down the most, closely followed by the mediums. They're only going to last 21 laps. We're on lap 18, so that brings us to what? 19, 39, 40, let's say 42 at a push if we're conservative. So we're 8 laps short. So I think we've got to go on to the mediums, which technically can just get to the end now, and we're going to have to play it conservative, probably to start with, and then look. So we might even have to have reduced pace to start with to allow us to push on at the end. We'll have to wait and see. That all sounds fine. I don't think we need to change the front wing. There's no damage there. Yeah, all good. My girlfriend's playing a game review by Nintendo Live just as everyone's done. Oh god, what's supposed to be happening? Obviously not the dying, but right. And then, so very similar case for Lando. However, this has kind of happened at the almost ideal time. We're about 1 lap short of his pit stop. Ideal pit stop window when we're going to extend. So Lando can actually go onto the hard tyres now. And the hard tyres will last. Hard tyres will last 45 laps. So we're going to have, we only need 32 laps. So we've got plenty to play with. So we can probably attack at the start of this. And probably the better option is to just bide our time towards the end, have the extra tyre wear, and probably around lap 40... around lap 35, 38, we can start pushing. It's called I Was a Teenage Exologist. It's on Steam and Switch. Oh, cool. But everyone's dying. You can actually see here, so the hard tyre is 4.6 seconds quicker a lap. Medium is 4.7 for Lando. So, yeah, hard is definitely the way to go. And again, just double check. No damage on Lando's car. We are good to go. Let's firm things up.
Not for the first time today. The drivers are lined up, awaiting the lights.
Right. Gotcha. It's all right.
And it's lights out.
Right, and here we go.
And away we go.
Away we go again. Lando up into P10. He's going to push to start with. We'll push for 2 laps, and then we'll drop things down.
You can use overtake.
Yeah, confirm.
Do a similar thing with Danny. Interesting strategy split across the board here with quite an interesting mixture of tyres. Interesting at the front as well. Leclerc, Verstappen both going for hard tyres. Sainz and Perez going for medium, so they will be struggling towards the end, as Hamilton, Russell, and Joe on you. So potentially there might be even a place or two in, depending if we can get past Gasly. Lano's looking for a move. Can't quite make it, forcing Gasly in the AlphaTauri to weave there in the braking zone. Gasly's got a better drive off the end, having to look after the keep an eye on the Haas, who's now close right up to Lando, which is not ideal. Come on, Lando. Deploy. Right, we have to drop. Let's drop, yeah, we've got it back into the standard. We'll leave him on push. You see, they've got plenty of fuel in there for the time being, and we'll let him push on with the overtake on that there. Norris again trying to close in on Gasly. We really need to just get past him, and then we can try and defend, but we're going to struggle if we sit behind him too long. We want to try and push up on the likes of Russell and Joe, because they're on a slower tyre. Colony's now being attacked by reviewed as a very nut. Oh no. Well, it sounds marvellous. It sounds like there's a lot going on. It sounds like the kind of thing that Millie would like.
recharge on is good. Focus on recharge.
Okay.
Use overtake.
Okay, understood.
It's interesting, all the other teams have got around the same fuel levels. Some have got a bit more. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Okay. Yeah, pop them in here, or feel free to pop them in the Discord if you'd like. Either or. I'll open it. I'll look at it after stream.
And recharge on.
Understood.
Right, back up a little bit. We're not going to get by, but we've got a nice gap to the cars behind, so we can manage that for now. See Norris, still in there, still closing up. We'll try and get a little bit more ERS harvested, and then we'll try and make another push.
And save fuel from now, please. Save fuel from now.
Cool.
Let's drop things down a bit. Approaching another group up in front, so this is helping. In fact, Joe's got past Alonso, and he's falling back a bit. Gasly's right here as well, so this may help us catch them. Interesting, yeah, Joe's finding the pace on the medium tyre. Right. Up into overtake, leave it on balance.
You can use overtake there if you need it.
Aggressive again.
Confirm.
If you can, push.
Recharge off. Recharge off.
Roger.
Well, at the moment, there's not that much of a gap forming. Which is interesting. I was kind of expecting the likes of Leclerc and Verstappen to be running away a bit more. I mean, it's early days, I guess it's the restart. So, speed things up a bit, see what happens. We're still getting very, very close.
And just recharge off whenever's good.
Oh, squeaky bump.
Yeah, confirm.
Down a bit too long.
Just be careful with this tyre.
Confirm.
Big lifts.
Confirm.
Yeah, we're effectively doing one stop with both cars, but it's going to be a lot harder for Daniel. No, I mean we were really fortunate that a couple of cars had come in and pitted.
Is that a lockup?
Let's see what happened locking up again.
Now let's look. We're watching Nicholas
Same
Latifi.
corner he did it last time.
That lockup could have cost them dearly.
Yeah, we got really lucky, to be fair, BR, with the red flag.
And the team had such
no sooner
high hopes
Ricciardo
today. What a shame.
Passed a couple in the pit lane. The red flag came out, so we jumped a couple in the pit stops there, which is good. It just means that we've got to do a bit of tyre savings to actually get Ricciardo to the end, though, on those tyres. Same with Lando if we're not too careful. Otherwise we'll really be struggling again. I'd rather be able to come back. The alternative is that, again, just before lap 40, we look to pit Lando onto the softs, but we'll have to see what the others are doing. Probably around lap 30, we'll need to do a little, lap 35 maybe, 34, lap 35, we'll need to have a check.
You can turn recharge off if you want to.
All right.
Speed things up a little bit, see how we get on. Oh, Lando. I think he was briefly up into 9th. He is up into 9th.
McLaren gain a position.
Excellent.
Let's take a closer look. Watch this. We're looking at Lando Norris.
Good drive at the turn 2. And he just blasted past Gasly. Lovely.
And they get past, which moves them up a position. The driver's team there cheering them on.
So yeah, he's got a bit more tyre compared to us. You see, he's probably just started backing off a little bit. We'll have to see what we can do. We are closing in now on Joe and Alonso ahead though. So maybe we should just go for it and switch onto the softs at the end. Squeaky bump. Space to pause. Oh, yep. Yeah, I keep. Oh, double overtake. What an overtake, Lando.
Okay, mate, nice work.
Come on, where's the replay of that? Lando.
McLaren are flying now. Let's take a look at the replay.
Look at this
now,
for an overtake.
Just take a look
Both
at the
of them,
McLaren.
too busy fighting one another. Beautiful. 2 in 1.
And it takes a lot of skill to pull off a move like that.
You've done a good job.
The team watching on and clearly loving that.
Yeah, nice, easy, super clean. Job's a good one. On to the next one. Right, 4.9 seconds to Russell. Russell's got the fastest lap, but Russell is on the medium compound. I'm going to take a risk. We're going to up the pace.
Maximum pace.
Nice. Right, Ricciardo is now 3 seconds off of Magnussen and now has Schumacher chasing him down. We're still not really where we need to be tyre-wise though. We can push up a bit here and we can defend on that. So let's just see. Right, let's see because Joey's coming back at us.
Okay, use overtake to defend.
Okay.
Lando's trying to hold him back, but Joe's now got DRS. It's going to be a drag race all the way into the final corner, turn 27. Joe on the inside. Lando's going wide. Is he going to switch back? No, not quite, but Joe's left him space just about. Yep.
Bit of an update for you. We're currently in P8.
Looks like that was a position gained for Alfa Romeo.
Oh, done at the Alpine down the inside. Go on, drive off the line, drive off the line. We're going backwards.
So, recharge on.
Random banana ad for Google now. Excellent. Cheers, Twitch. Both of them are actually swallowed up by passes.
Focus on recharge.
Understood.
Gasly behind us now, pushing.
Understood.
Okay, Lando, you can turn recharge off if you want to.
Confirm.
Stay close.
Yeah.
Try and tack back up to the turn front and just try and... Oh! Oh, they've collided and gone off. Look at that. Oh, multiple cars crashed. Why did that?
There's been contact and several cars involved. Here's the replay.
Blur me.
Now watch this. Here's Alonso's car.
I mean, Alonso just ran to the back of him, I think. Oh no, he locked up.
Oh no! And there's the crash. Mark my words,
car?
There'll be questions asked about that later.
Alonso pitted as well.
Surprised on the safety car. So have you had a safety car out yet, VR, in this? I haven't seen them working on this yet.
Pack available if you need to defend.
Understood.
Laps left.
And recharge should be on.
Understood.
And recharge on, recharge on.
Yeah, confirm.
No safety car yet. Only done 3 races. Again, surprised with the double DNF. Didn't get a safety car reflect. Yeah.
Haas with an overtake there.
What happened there? The car they went. Fell back along there. Right, let's slow things up for Daniel.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Understood.
Go to the end. A nice for you, my friend. Lando, we need to make a decision. We're either going to attack now for another, 5-6 laps and then switch to the softs. It's 25-second average. No real gap. If we pit now, we're going to come out. Oh, Russell's got past Hamilton. We're going going to come out probably past our teammate. It could be an awful lot of work for us to do towards the end. I just don't know if it's worth the risk, but we've got tyre life left. We can manage it.
AlphaTauri gained a place.
The hards will come back to us towards the end. That's the only thing. So right, let's drop this down. Save. Save for both cars. We'll try and hold out on these tyres, and then try and go long. Ricardo's got swallowed up by Sonoda because he's trying to save.
That's a position gained for AlphaTauri.
Yeah, average time is 25 seconds in the pits. It's 14 under a safety car, so it's it's only really gonna benefit us if we can get a safety car out to pit again.
And recharge off is okay, please. Recharge off is okay.
We've just gotta hold the tyres for both drivers, really. But I'm gonna have to drop Daniel down a bit further. Just need that to plateau out a little bit. Just don't want Ocon catching Lando by too much more. If it drops below 2 seconds, I think we'll need to bump Lando's time. It's starting to drop below 2. So what tyres are Ocon on? Okay, so we should have plenty of tyre over Ocon. Ocon stopped twice. Bloody hell. Yeah, so at the moment, if we pitted, we come out just ahead of our teammate. Just not sure. It's not. I mean, we're going to get points in 8 if we can hold it. If we can hold it. I mean, technically we're on a faster tyre, and we should have more tyre left. So let's stay out. Now we'll let the gap come down to 1.5 seconds, which is almost on now, and then we'll up the pace again. See if we can find a happy medium where we can. Just not sure we're going to get to the end with much left in at all, but we'll see. We're managing to pull out a gap again. We can close the gap down to Gasly now. Ah, okay, interesting. Joe is now pitted. Dropped a long way back. We might just make it with a little bit to spare at the end. Yeah, 2 stoppers now coming back in. Oh, Ocon's right on the back of Norris. That's Ricardo's okay, and leave him there. I think Ricardo should make it now if we move up a smidge. Them to push with that fuel load. Should be okay there. Just need to hold off the likes of Alonso, although the likes of Alonso is probably... Oh, he hasn't pitted again. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, Norris is lower than other hard runners, but there's not a lot we can do about that. We had to kind of attack while we could. Got Ocon right on us now. Okay, well, we can try and defend.
Use the pace now.
Okay, understood.
Press overtake button.
Okay, yeah, confirm.
We have to drop into light.
Just be careful with this tyre.
Get there.
I'm happy.
Okay, use to deploy.
Okay.
Come on, Lando. Committed now, so we've got to stay out. Just gonna see how much of this tyre we can hold on to. Oh, it's getting close. Good defence from the Alpine. Middle of the road. Wide as a bus. Getting a good run though on the main straight. No ERS though. Lano's going for a dive down the inside, now on the outside.
Recharge button off.
Don't quite have the pace to pull ahead, but we're very close there. Still in the running. Looks like we're just gonna slither past to the end, I think, with Lando. Not convinced we're gonna do it with Daniel just yet, but we'll see. Lando is safe to the car behind, at least in terms we've got a good buffer. Still can't pit safely underneath that, but that's fine. Ricardo seems to be holding about a 1.5 second gap to Alonso, which is good though. Again, I think Alonso is probably in a position, although Alonso's got more tyre available, it's he can't afford to push. Not by much. As I say that, Alonso's gaining. God dang it.
Big lift.
Yep, confirm.
Too far back here, but if we can keep with Ocon till the end, We might just be able to use a little bit of extra tyre. It's going to be a real squeaky bum. Move things on. Let's see where we get to. Right, Ricciardo has just been overtaken now by Alonso. But there's not really a lot we can do. We don't have the oh, Hamilton in the pits. Interesting. We can get Hamilton here. We are. Christ. With 5 laps to go? That's a Ferrari strategy. You know what? Norris has made it up into P7 with that. I don't know what Mercedes were thinking of there, but...
And McLaren with a great overtake. Let's have a look. Watch this. We're looking at Lando Norris. Gaining a position there. Oh, they make it look so easy.
So has Millie come back to earth yet?
That was a big moment.
So.
The team are clearly delighted.
Bless her. She was a little bit zombie-ish earlier, but 24-hour streams will do that to you. Come on, Lando. You can do it. Hold on. Oh, they've lost out to Joe now, but...
Alfa Romeo just moved up a place.
Nothing we can do.
My only concern is the front graining.
Okay, copy.
So I need to look after these tyres.
Go, Kate. Push.
Understood.
Oh, interesting. Ocon is pushing like mad. Is on 26%. So we've got more tyre than Ocon. Oh, it's going to be close. Final few laps. Go on, Lando, stay ahead.
And we can have recharge on, please.
Yeah, confirm.
Five laps to go.
I am alive, just about. It's all good. It's all good. Millie's epic 24-hour stream. She done real good. We can move this back up into standard. Who's that behind us? Oh, it's Hamilton. It's bloody Hamilton. He's absolutely storming through on a... Why did he go mediums and not softs unless he didn't have any? Christ. This is bananas. Stay there, Lando. Go on, hold him.
Bit of an update for you. We're currently in P8.
That's a good overtake from Alpine.
Balls to the wall.
Stay close.
Confirm.
Push. Push, push, push. Sainz and Perez in.
Cool.
I mean, they must have had just enough of a gap, although
So
it looks
there
like
are
Russell's pipped
4
them.
laps to go.
Yeah, confirm.
Norris has made it past them both again with that.
McLaren gain a position. Let's see what happened there. Now just take a look at the McLaren.
Bloody hell. Great move. And Ocon, fortunately, blocks off Hamilton for us.
And they get past, which moves them up a position.
Good stuff. Yeah. Oh, definitely. One day we'll have a nice big gap to put in. Hopefully. How's Ricciardo doing? He's just gonna make it. And he's got just enough gap behind him to hold that as well. And Norris is now driving away from Ocon, which is brilliant. Mainly because we're pushing so hard, so let's bring that right back down again. Harvest the ARS, because we're not going to catch Gasly in front.
And recharge on is okay, please.
Confirm.
But I tell you what, we've done it. Ricardo's still looking a little ropey, but... Right, Russell into the pits now.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Oh, but Gasly's gone past. Are we going to get past him?
Okay,
Norris?
understood.
No way. We are? Bloody hell. What Mercedes doing? They've left that far too late to try and... And Magnussen. We're up into P6. Hamilton's right up behind us now, so I don't know how long we're going to be able to keep Hamilton at bay, but...
Front tyre is struggling a lot. Still okay with the struggling.
Everyone's pitting, I think, right at the end because
Can
they
we change
can't.
tyres?
We can't make it.
Sonoda also pitted.
Look at that. It's going to be down to the wire of who can hold on to their tyres longest without them exploding. So Magnussen's come out with fresh set. Norris is trying to hold
recharge on them,
Hamilton at bay at the moment, but it's going to be real tight. Try and go all out, but
you're now at P7.
P7 would be very happy with, but I don't think Ricciardo's not gonna catch them. Unfortunately, they've all pitted now in front of him. They're all on the fresher tyre, but fresh enough to hold him back anyway. He can't push with 20%, I don't think. Yeah, these tyres won't like. We can't do anything, bud. You just got to stay out, I'm afraid. Yeah, P7 for Lando, good result, and 13 for Ricciardo, considering he was 15th, and then came back to. And then he went down to what, 19th at one point. So.
Yeah, recharge on is good.
Okay.
Go back to Lando. Don't think we're going to catch Hamilton now, but P7 again. Good result. We'll just drop that down a smidge. Still got plenty of fuel left, which is good.
This is the last lap.
Just deploy outright, just to make sure both cars stay where they are.
Use the overtake button.
Understood.
Daniel's on his last lap. Leclerc has just crossed the line.
Focus on
Russell's
recharge.
Gaining.
Okay.
Oh, he's catching. Come on, Lando.
%100% pace now.
Confirm.
Good lad. Oh, it's going to be squeaky bum into the last corner. 1.3 back to Russell. We're just far enough ahead. Just about made it. Oh, thank God for that. Checkered flag.
Okay, Lando, that is the checkered flag, so we are boxers lap.
Thank you, everyone.
Excellent job, mate. Well done.
Push now.
Okay.
Why not? Not that we're going to catch K-Mag with a 13-second gap, but right, we can drop everything. All good. Oh, what a race! A long old stream, I know, but that was good fun. God, oh, I love this game. It's great. Very, very good fun. Thoroughly enjoyed that. As you say, P7 for McLaren. Great result.
Lando Norris can be proud. What a fantastic performance from him.
Yeah, P12 to P7. Game
A
frozen.
fantastic result.
24-hour dark stream. Not
I wouldn't
today.
be surprised if the team's
Not
performance
today. I will need
won
to
them a lot of
prep
new
my
fans.
body and mind.
And they're in 6th
before,
place in the constructor
24-hour
standings
stream.
at the end of this
I mean, we've been
weekend.
going 4 hours, almost
And for the
40
next
minutes,
round,
so it's
Formula
not,
One
that's
is
not
heading
bad
down
going.
under. Exciting
Yeah,
times
that's
ahead in Australia on the shores of the Albert Park
Feels
Lake.
like a good run. Considering we've not had a stream this week whilst we were away. That's good. Yeah, up 6 places. Not too shabby. Get 6 points for that. What was our fastest lap? 1:34. So yeah, never really got to use the right tire at the right time to extract all the pace, but good result. Good result for the team. So we actually move up in the constructors' standings by 1 as well. We've pipped Fernando Alonso into 8th place, not far off of Mr. Consistency, Mr. Sunday, George Russell in 7th, and Pierre Gasly actually a really good result for him. But all certainly within striking distance of finishing 6th, 7th in the drivers. And constructors-wise, we are just 1 point behind Alpine, and we're currently in 6th. So again, very much on target to kind of fight Alpine and the likes of AlphaTauri potentially for constructors later on in the year. 12-hour Millie, 12-hour Darker, or get Lion to do 12 instead of Millie, and no one will know. There's your 24-hour Darker stream. Very true. Very true. We'll see. We'll see. Perhaps a bit later in the year we'll do one. Right. How much XP did we get for the drivers? Oh, so Lando's got a development point unlocked. Amazing. Good. So potential growth for Ricardo low. But that low multiplier has actually increased since the last race, so we're obviously doing something right. Lando's has increased, yeah, getting a good haul out of this. All good experience. As long as I don't play a game with Cav. Well, I mean, you'll know who's playing though, because Lionhearts will be set on fire and die instantly, and mine might be all right for a bit. See. Yeah, what was the bonus? 8th or higher. Ah, 6th or higher. We were pretty damn close. We were getting there. But that's really positive. That's really positive. We're seeing an improvement, and certainly, you know, it feels like that suspension part maybe was certainly helped Lando. Yeah, what a good result. Right, well, I'll leave it there until my next session. Again, I think what I'll do with this is I'll play some of this in the background, and I'll, you know, generally get to grips with this, and I'll keep this in the background as just a kind of personal. Oh, excuse me. I'll keep this in the background as a kind of personal save that I can dip in and out of. But we'll give it a few weeks, and then we'll probably look to start an Aston Martin kind of stream playthrough. Goodbye, Daddy Stroll. And go from there. I wonder how good Lion is at racing games. I don't think he's ever played any racing games properly. I don't think he's ever driven one with a wheel outside of the wheel he's got for his farming sim. So yeah, we'll see. That could be an interesting one to do. Every now and then you'll have to reserve driver in a free. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's very much like Motorsport Manager's reserve drivers on that front. But I'll wait a little bit. Possibly in the next race, maybe we'll drop him into Daniel's seat for the time being and see how he performs. Maybe let Daniel do P1, and then let the reserve driver drop in for P2 and see how things are going. So how are you finding the game? The streamer Cringer has been really enjoying. Yeah, absolutely loving it. Really enjoying it so far. It's very much in line with what I was kind of hoping and expecting it to be. It's been really good. And I appreciate I've only played 2 races so far, but it's exactly what I wanted from Motorsport Manager, but it couldn't do it because of the licensing at the time. So I'm very impressed with it. It's certainly lived up to kind of what I've seen of the early gameplay so far. And yeah, just looking forward to playing more of it. Really, it'll be really good fun to see what else happens in the season. I appreciate, you know, with only 2 races that we've only seen. Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah. With only 2 races, we've only seen a small, you know, sampling of the gameplay mechanics and what can happen. I mean, we had a red flag in that race, which was quite cool. Racing incident and how that all played out, which was great. So it'll be great to see how you know, more elements come in place. You know, really interesting to see how safety cars work in the game and how that gameplay works. And look forward to playing more of it. And I'll certainly let you guys know when we're gonna stream some of that. Potentially. Oh, excuse me, yawning again. Potentially, what I might do is maybe we'll use Tuesday still as like F1 night, but maybe we'll start with some F1, just general races of some kind, and then do maybe a session or 2 on F1 Manager, and kind of split things up like that. Or maybe we'll alternate. Maybe do 1 week one week the other. But yeah, I'll carry on with the McLaren stuff in the background, and try and move things on a little bit as well. And then once we've got general grips of the game, we'll try our hand with Aston Martin. Should we go? Alrighty, all. I don't think we're doing Tiny Tina's tomorrow morning now. I think if we're going to do it, and if we're going to stream any of it, it will likely be Sunday morning now. So I'll adjust the schedule for the time being, but keep an eye out on VVBot on Discord. He'll shout about it if and when we do go live for that. If not, I believe it will be community games on Sunday evening with Millie, providing she's all fully recovered by then. I'm sure she will be, and we'll talk to you then. I'll probably do some F1 on Monday, seeing as it's a bank holiday here. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning on in. Really appreciate it. I tell you what we'll do is we will go and raid Lesno, who's also streaming some F1 Manager. I believe it's their first playthrough as well. So we're going to say hello to them. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. I hope you've all enjoyed. It's been great having you along. I hope you have a good rest of your day, good weekend ahead, and we'll speak to you soon, no doubt. Alrighty, ciao for now, peeps.